yourself.
Yeah.
Prepare myself for what?
For the rant that I'm going to club you with.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Weekdays 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Sports Rage tonight.
Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, does Bryce Young suck? Yes, he sucks. He's too small. He doesn't have any talent to work around him, but it's a team effort. The Carolina Panthers defense is terrible. It's not like, oh gosh, the Carolina Panthers only had a quarterback to be good. Look at all the ridiculously stupid moves that the Carolina Panthers have made. It's like, oh, we need players. You had Christian McCaffrey.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. Let's make something crystal clear. The winning edge has nothing to do with increasing good luck. Luck has nothing to do with it. It's sports gaming strategies and information. You want luck? Flip a coin. You want to win? Flip it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags!
Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. Countdown to kickoff is on. I am Gable Morency, the pimps, the players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between. Let's do this thing. Sports Rage, the Thursday night throwdown, NFL Game Day edition has begun. We've got a full house on the program this evening, and we've got a bunch of picks to get to as well as the New York Jets host the New England Patriots. Aaron Rodgers played 4 snaps, of course, in his MetLife Stadium debut. And Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets are favorites tonight in this football game. Currently 6.5-point favorites. The total is up to 39 this evening. There's been a lot of talk throughout the day about underdogs covering when getting more than 5 points this year in the National Football League. There's been a lot of talk about the success that the Patriots have had against the New York Jets over the years. But with all that being stated, these are new teams right now. And we could also tell you the teams that are coming off an overtime game are 4-22 against the spread on the road the following week. There's a lot of talk about 4-22 on Thursday nights after overtime. It's like, really? There haven't been 26 overtime games and then teams playing on Thursday night. Like, has there been 26 like overtime games in our lives? You know what I mean? How many games actually ever go to overtime? So I tell you what, when a lot of those ATS stats that get thrown around out there, you sort of have to, if you actually lift up the hood, you're like, yeah, well, that's not really fully true. Sort of kind of is in a way, but it's never worded properly. But I just see that the Patriots have won 8 straight at MetLife Stadium as Aaron Rodgers and the Jets put up 24 points last week. The total to me is interesting in this football game. Everybody's, talking about a lower scoring game, and the total's up to 39 right now. Both teams are missing key defenders. I think the New England Patriot offense is a little bit better than people give it credit for, right? They did score 20 points last week. They should get into the teens this evening. So it's a tricky game, man. These Thursday night games are always tough, especially when you get division rivals. You don't really have potent offenses here. But with all that being stated, I'm kind of going against the grain in a sense that I do think the New York Jets are going to cover the point spread tonight. I think the Jets will win the game. I think they'll cover the point spread. I flirted with the idea of using the Jets as a survivor pick in the Circa Survivor, but I've already got my eye on another team, and I don't really want to start overthinking things. But looking at the Jets' schedule, like this is sort of the spot for them. And I've never seen this before. The Jets are going Hollywood here. They've got like some big introduction. Got the green lights, the dudes at the door. And here come the New York Football Jets. I guess it is their home opener, so they're going all out here right now. Jermaine Johnson, linebacker out. C.J. Mosley, linebacker out. Cornerback, Michael Carter out. Cornerback, DJ Reed out. So the New England Patriots are facing a New York Jet team that are not at full strength on the defensive side of the football. Not something that was brought up a lot this week. I did talk about Jawan Bentley being out for the New England Patriots. And listen, Bentley's not a household name, but Bentley's a badass. He had 114 tackles last year, 4.5 sacks for the Patriots. Don't forget they traded Juden as well. So they're not as deep as they were last year with that defense. Now, you know what? We've had a lot of we've given you a lot of information as far as the referees are concerned. Our boy NFL Ref Stats 1 on Twitter, Joe Gibbs. And, we tried to have Joe on last week. We had some difficulties with the connection. We'll definitely have him on again. But a lot of these referee trends have come to fruition, actually, like as far as the ATS trends are concerned, which you would figure, all right, you know what I mean? Some people, I guarantee you, like 95% of people betting this game have no idea about the referee or what the referee's trends are. But a lot of some baseball bettors do. Sharp baseball bettors will know the umpires and their tendencies. But I've noticed by following this stuff, there actually are a lot of ATS trends with referees. And here's a classic example. So John Hussey is the referee tonight. Division home teams are 37-16. That's a 70% clip. So home teams in division games, when Hussey is the referee, the home team covers the spread. That's like a pretty significant number right there. Like 37-16, right? Like you would think too, okay, like sometimes trends, it's just, because that team's bad or because the division is bad. There's a lot of different reasons. A good example is like all the teams in the American League Central in baseball this year are all like competing. Yeah, because they all played the White Sox all the time as well. The White Sox are literally and figuratively like the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. And they got to play them 13 times. So there'll always be a reason behind every number, but 37-16-2 against the spread since 2016, divisional home teams in division games. That's a pretty significant number right there. I was on the Patriots last week. We were weary and we didn't take the Bengals in week 1 in the Survivor. But I feel like, I almost feel like the Patriots are due to sort of be like the Patriots that we all expected them to be at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like, people thought, hey, the Patriots might be the worst team in the National Football League this year. I didn't think they'd be the worst team. I thought the Panthers would be the worst team again. But people didn't expect much from the Patriots. They are offensively challenged. Even though they put up 20 points, they don't have a lot of weapons, obviously. I like this Jalen Polk kid out of Washington. His prop is 1.5 tonight. So as far as my picks for the game this evening, we laid the 6 with the New York Jets. It's up to 6.5 right now. And I don't take the Jets often because I tell you, there's a couple of sentences that don't end well. And one of those sentences is, I like the New York Jets this week. Doesn't normally end well. It's like saying, I like the Cleveland Browns to win a division this year. Doesn't end well. There's certain things that, certain sentences that don't end well. And I like the Jets tonight is sort of one of them. But with that being stated, I do think the Jets will win. They'll pull away. I don't think they're going to blow them out. But I think they'll score enough, a field goal here, a touchdown there. They'll score enough to cover the number this evening. So we laid the 6 with the Patriots. We played the over. We got in when it was, it was like 37.5 earlier in the week, 38. It's 39 right now. We got it at 38.5 earlier in the day. The 7-point teaser to the over, I think, is a nice play. Takes the point spread out of the equation, and you'll have to get over 32 points right now if you're putting it in right now. I think that Breece Hall, I think both running backs could have success. We saw what that Mason dude did. McCaffrey was out, and Mason absolutely carved him up. I think you can run on the Jets. I think you can run the football on a lot of teams in the modern NFL because teams aren't built to stop the run anymore. But I think that, Stevenson could have some success tonight. So I think Stevenson over 65.5. The Patriots don't throw the football very much. When they do, it's just like a quick hit to the tight end, right? They're only, they're throwing for less than 150 yards a game. So this game is going to be played on the ground for the New England Patriots. They're going to want to get Stevenson going. And I think he can get to 65.5 yards. But I also think Breece Hall, all the talk about Aaron Rodgers, I think Breece Hall is going to be the big player tonight for the New York Jets. I think the Jets will be able to move the football. So I like Hall over 61.5 rush yards. And I think Hall's going to score the first touchdown of the game. But so do the sports books. It's plus 260 right now. We've talked about this. It's running backs keep on scoring the first touchdowns in these games. We got a full house. Ray Durrett, Cam Stewart will step up and in on the other side. Countdown to kickoff is on. Let's roll.
Being a SportsGrid listener doesn't make life perfect, but it'll do till perfect comes along. We're the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Kaplan and Crew.
When I see lazy work on ESPN, I can't take it. You know who they had as the game of the night? The Yankees and the Mariners. A game that ended 11-3, I think. Listen, man, if you want to show your East Coast bias, and I know a lot of people may not care about this, but I do. If you want to show your East Coast bias, just come on the show and say, hey, in New York, if y'all were asleep last night, this is what happened to the Yankees.
It's Kaplan and Crew with Scott Kaplan, Alex Padilla, and John Browner. Weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
How to tell if you have the winning edge. Take a coin and flip it. While it's in the air, call it. Whatever comes up, so long as you're listening to us.
You have it.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. Countdown to kickoff is on. MetLife Stadium, a place that I know very, 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 very well, although I haven't been there since the pandemic, actually, when it shut down. And it shut down for like a year and a half there. They closed the sports book. They closed the racetrack. Obviously, New York was like ground zero for a lot of that stuff. But it's a fun time, like on a night like tonight. At the sports book, people are rolling into the sports book, and it's all on the same property. And Jet fans are all excited tonight about the potential of this season. And even though, and we'll bring in a Ranger Red Cam Stewart, even though they are the New York Jets, Ed, you've always got to remember that at every point. Like, I consider taking the Jets in the Circa Survivor tonight briefly, and I didn't because I've got my eyes on a couple of other things. I didn't want to change my plan, but I do think the Jets going to win this game, Cam. But then I was also, it's sort of like the Cleveland Browns this week. I think the Browns are pretty much a mortal lock to beat the New York Giants, but I don't really want to get eliminated by taking the New York Jets or the Cleveland Browns. Like, I don't want to, like, die on that sword when there's so much money on the line unless I have to. But Aaron Rodgers got hurt, Cam, 4 snaps into the football game against the Bills. It seems to me that even for the New York Jets, they can't even, like, have bad luck tonight. if they do, and let's say Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again. If Aaron Rodgers gets hurt tonight, God doesn't like him. Like the football gods, you're like, bro, you got to go. We don't like you anymore. It would take, like, to me, oh, no, here we go. I don't even like being on this. There's Fireman Ed. Oh, God.
The fraud that is
the
Fireman
Ed.
Ed.
Superman in America, Cam. Fireman Ed. I swear to God, this guy's annoying.
I love you when you said all the people turned on Fireman Ed. I really
people
like
don't
that
even
story.
like him.
Yeah.
No, like the media and everything. Like, people, I've been to games and people are like, sit the F down, F off.
Ed.
Like, whatever, Ed. Like, people
Ed thinks he's cool.
People are like, who made you the super fan? Like, and the thing is, Cam, he jumps on and off the bandwagon.
Yeah.
I'm not coming anymore. I'm back. I'm not coming anymore. You know what I mean? He's one of those guys.
Cares, Ed?
And another one, some kid got up, dude. I was there. Some kid got up and started to do the Jet chant. Ed came running down the stairs, bro, and grabbed him. It's like, bro, you don't own the Jets chant. Like, another guy could get up and go, Jets. Like, you know what I mean?
Ed thinks he's the Jet God. Like,
he thinks he's like, thinks he's the Jets. Like, he really thinks, look at him. Look at him with his thing here.
He's such a clown. I'm with you, Morency. I'm on the Jets tonight, too. You definitely, I like New England earlier on in the week. I got a Garrett Wilson bet boost, plus 250 for any touchdown. I think that's a really good price. I also took him for first touchdown in the game. And Hunter Hurst Henry for New England's been their best weapon. Very effective against Seattle with 11 catches there. He just looked good. So those are the ones I got. But Jets teased to the over and over. I looked at your picks. We're on the same type of stuff. So let's go. Some good straight for App State's up 14-0 in the college game. Excellent start.
South Alabama is up 14-0.
That's what I meant to say. South Alabama. Jaguars. Good Jaguars. That's what I meant to say.
South Alabama, they exploded out of the gate early. And there's 2 touchdowns. It was like 14-0 about 5-6 minutes into this football game. 14-0 South Alabama going to the second quarter. Right now, they're 2.5-point favorites. A total of 62.5. So the Jets get the ball first tonight. I kept it pretty simple. I just played Breece Hall to be the first touchdown scorer of the game tonight. Doesn't pay very well. It's plus 260, but I kind of think he will be. And I played one of the boosts that I came across, a 3 touchdown. I need 3 guys to score touchdowns. Where is it? Here we go. Ramondre Stevenson to score a touchdown, Breece Hall to score a touchdown, and Garrett Wilson to score a touchdown at plus 900.
That's a great price.
It could happen.
Stevenson's the main guy for New England. They give it to him at the goal line. There is not another guy. And then you talk about Wilson as their receiving threat, and Breece Hall's an animal. Like, I think it's a great price at 9-1. It's a good boost. I really think it's got a chance.
I like the Henry tonight, sort of. I think he's, a lot of people, like you just said, oh, he had a bunch of catches. Yeah, he also had 2 catches in week 1.
Yeah.
He had a big game last week. So it's people are always a day late, dollar short. Sort of like in fantasy when, DFS, he's chased a guy that had a big game last week. It's like, well, you should have taken him last week. Mm-hmm. That's when he had 9 catches. Right. So it's sort of, I stayed away when it was all said and done from Henry, but they don't have a lot of people to throw the football to. I like Jalen Polk a lot, the rookie out of Washington. He got a touchdown last week. His reception prop was only 1.5, but it was minus 190 to the over. So as we stated, the Jets get the ball first. They're moving the ball right now, 2nd and 5, essentially, nearly at midfield on their own 45-yard line. In a divisional tilt. And a pretty big game, actually, just for both teams. Bigger for the Jets. Like, if the Jets lose, the knives will come out pretty quickly in New York. So that's what I stated earlier. I get the feeling that it'll be a feel-good moment tonight for the Jets for once, Cam. Like, normally it never is. Something always bad happens. Salah and Hackett will find a way to screw this up. I don't think so tonight. I think the Jets end up pulling away in this football game.
Yeah, more cash tickets at the book. And who's the guy I won't have to shower at the Meadowlands? Was it your buddy Gary? Is that what he does? He showers when things get wild there at the Meadowlands? Is that the guy, Gabe? Who went into the stall?
Yeah,
like...
but he's more of a horse player than a sports bettor, but he crushes them on the book. But I think it's an act. He's just an eccentric, weird dude that takes it a step too far. He wants everyone to think he's like basically poor. He lives in a van, actually, like in the parking lot. But
he makes huge bets.
Like, but I'm not really sure he does. Yeah. The FanDuel director told me, this guy crushes us all the time. He never loses. He goes, he bets like, 2,000 to 4,000 a game too.
He's living in a van. That's the best. Like, you're
really?
Right. You don't need to do that, buddy.
Yeah, I know, he did.
Like, you can wear bad
He's like
clothes,
the mobster in the bathrobe. I told you, like because a lot of people would do that. Like, I used to be able to tell, like, we all, when you're there every day, you'd know. You'd be like, yeah, that guy just in the T-shirt and shorts, he's actually, like, really rich. He's betting, like, 50, 75,000 a game and stuff. But he's not stupid, right? I mean, people, it's like anything. There's our people that watch everybody, Cam. They see what car you're pulling in. You know what I mean? Like, a couple of the smart guys would take the bus after, actually.
Smart.
Because they'd figure, because everyone would figure, the losers are waiting for the bus. They obviously don't have any money. They're taking the bus.
You know what I mean? Murder Mystery Game with the guy in the Rolex.
You're a sitting target, Cam. You walk into your parking in your car. They're going to follow you. You get on a bus, you're fine. You're dropping off at the Port Authority after. And then you're just alone you're off into the city. Boom, you're gone.
Lots of people on the bus.
SportsGrid Radio Network presents.
No, Gabe, I watch Murder Mysteries. The guy's like...
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. Carver and Lisi.
Not only that, but what happened? I heard Roy from Nebraska wanted to call in last night.
I'm not sure what that is.
I'm Roy from Nebraska.
What does it matter if I know it's you?
Because then you prepare yourself. When you think it's Roy from Nebraska.
Prepare myself.
Yeah.
Prepare myself for what?
For the rant that I'm going to club you with.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Weekdays 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. Face it, it's a jungle out there. And you're wearing baloney underwear. Think of SportsGrid as one of those last great outposts where you can have fun doing something you love. Expert information on gaming, odds, and tons more. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
We're still scoreless in this football game. The Jets drive stalled. Who can? I can't believe that. I can't believe that a Nate Hackett scripted offensive drive didn't work. That's the thing. I'm glad I didn't take them in a Survivor already. I'd be like, son of a bitch, I hate this team. like I would really be, and I'm sure quite a few people are on the Jets tonight in Survivor. Actually, buying into the Aaron Rodgers hype. And honestly, too, if you look and smart Survivor players, you don't just take it a week at a time. You got to know the team's schedule and know, okay, who are they playing? What are the best spots for teams? And this is kind of the best spot of the year for the New York Jets if you look at the schedule that they're playing. Short week, team coming off of overtime, an overachieving team that's been playing over their body weight, injuries on the Patriots side of the ball. But with all that being stated, we're seeing this year in the NFL, Cam, it's not easy to win. It's not easy to win in the NFL by 7 points. Like, even if you're going to win the game, right? Teams win the game. It doesn't, there's been a couple of blowouts and stuff, but underdogs have been, like, tearing it up so far this year, time and time again. Like, look, we just saw the last primetime game, right? In which the underdog, the Falcons were getting 5.5. They were always lingering in the number. Like, the Eagles are basically never covering the spread in that game. Like, they could have won the game. They were battling to win, but they weren't going to win by that margin. And plus, quite frankly, the Jets offense is still a work in progress, Cam. So it's tough to lay 6.5 points here with them. I just didn't trust the Patriots, but I didn't take this in the contest tonight, and I nearly did.
I still think, I think the Jets are going to win and cover tonight. It's not an ideal start, but you're right, Gabe. Other than like Carolina, who's been annihilated with a negative 60-point differential, a lot of these games have been close. Even Tennessee, who hasn't covered in the 2, they're leading, like they were there in both games, and they just failed at the end of the game to cover the number 0-2 against the spread. Like, it's just certain things. You're right. Like, it's different. The NFL has a lot of parity now, and these teams like Arizona and all the bottom feeders, a lot of them are getting better. The Raiders have some talent on their team. Like, it's not easy, man. And the Giants, they're another team that's kind of a train wreck. But other than that,
I think too,
it's crazy.
I think what it is too is the odds makers, and we're still early in the year right now. They're not really going to adjust. So it's sort of like the NHL. Like the NHL, they don't adjust the numbers all year. Like basically, like, if they, let's say, let's use the Ottawa Senators as an example. If the Ottawa Senators are really good this year, the odds really won't change, Cam, that much in their games. You know what I mean? Like they won't get enough action on the games for them to really notice. And they're not going to be like, oh my God, we got to, the Sens can't be minus 115 at home anymore. They got to be minus 190. They don't they're very slow to adjust, right? Like, and in other sports, like, wow, they caught on fast, right? Like NBA basketball, the totals. Yeah, they just move them 7 points. Like they catch on after like 2 games or something.
Except for the Montreal Canadiens,
we're still,
Gabe. That's one team that
we're still
always.
Yeah, that's a good example. Like last year, exactly. The Canadiens were nearly like a little below 500, but they were They were like plus 220 every night. Exactly.
At least should be like plus.
It was like, guys, they don't lose every night, but you keep on giving us plus 200 every night.
It's crazy.
Like, that's my example. They didn't change because they're like, hey, we don't care. We graded them like they suck, and now we moved on to another. We don't pay attention.
Ottawa,
so football,
Buffalo,
it's the same thing early in the year. Like they're locked into their power ratings. You'll hear people, my power ratings. So sports books are locked into the power ratings early here about what they think. Well, this team is supposed to be bad, so we're going to make it the number. But that's not necessarily the reality. But for me, and I thought this could happen to the New England Patriots tonight, they don't have a passing attack. Like, they just don't. Like, Hunter Henry caught 9 passes last week. It was like the tight end over and over and over again. They don't throw the ball down the field. You talk about a team that like needs to be perfect on every play. It takes them like 12 plays to move down the field, right? Like they don't have any room for errors. We just saw, Cam. The Patriots were 3 and out here on offense. Like there was just nothing there. And boom, the Jets get the ball back. But first touchdown in this game is massive. For an entertainment standpoint, and sorry, Jet fans, I don't want to single you out or anything, but just from an entertainment standpoint, it would be better if the Jets lost, Cam. We could rip Aaron Rodgers and Nate Hackett and laugh at the Jets. You know
It'd be good for our show, but bad for our wallets, and our wallets are more important right now because we need the money. Sorry, I just want the Jets to win. I can't deal with New England outright, Gabe. That would not be good for business. I'm on the Jets.
No, I don't know. Whatever's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, true.
This was far from my game of the week here. I actually have more on the college game. I got more. Wow. I took South Alabama the over and the South Alabama quarterback Lopez over 1.5 touchdown passes.
More on the App State game? That's hardcore.
Yeah. Hey, I thought it was a better bet than this train wreck.
You're listening to your source of sports gaming strategies and information.
We call it the winning edge.
It helps make the odds even. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts, with politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes. Hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Seems like everybody has an opinion on how to do sports gaming, but consider your source. If you want to listen to your mother-in-law, that's a choice. So get your information from the voice of authority. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Thursday Night Throwdown, NFL Game Day edition. Shout out to everyone watching us right now on YouTube. We're broadcasting on SiriusXM, channel 159, SportsGrid YouTube on demand. Subscribe, it's free, and then you'll get the alerts. But we're basically here every Monday and Thursday night in this format on SiriusXM, channel 159. Well, we're on SiriusXM, channel 159, all of our shows, 6 nights a week. But this format itself on YouTube, Mondays and Thursdays. And Monday night, the Monday nighter, we got a double header actually. So we're going to start a half hour earlier because the Buffalo Bill game kicks off at 7:30 Eastern time. So there's a programming note for everybody. Monday night, we're going to start. We'll start a couple of minutes before. I think we might come on at 7:30, 7:24. Stay tuned for that. But right before the Bills game. They're going to transfer over the programming, etc. We'll go to our Monday night show. You got the Bengals and the Commanders on Monday night as well. The Bengals, of course, 0-2 to start the season. There's a first down for the New York Jets. There's a completed pass to Ty Conklin, tight end Conklin, who was a popular pick tonight. So speaking of popular, let's get to this quickly. Shohei Ohtani becomes the first player in Major League Baseball history. And anytime you say that is pretty impressive because they've been playing for like 146 years or something. So, and it's been a long time, right? First player ever to have 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases in the same season before. Now, I personally think that the stolen bases are a little bit easier to come by now. Right, than they used to be. Bigger bags. You can only check the runner at first base 2 times. There are little things, let's just be real and be honest about that. But still an incredible accomplishment. The 50 home runs and the 50. And what's crazy is we're talking about a player that's coming off a major surgery. Like most players would be like, oh, he's coming off a surgery. He's going to have a down year. He's like, yeah, sorry, I can't pitch this year for you, but I'll give you 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases. So it's like, what can you say? And Buddy dropped the ball. That's an expensive ball. You want to talk about memorabilia
You're telling me
in the outfield.
Wow.
Yeah, like that's probably about $2 million ball.
Yeah, agreed. That's a big slip, Gabe. That's
like
a big mistake.
Otani's stuff is like very expensive. So is Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge's, but Otani's like global. It's a little bit different. Like all of his sort of legacy memorabilia, legacy balls and stuff like that are super expensive. And this is the first time ever. It's never happened in Major League Baseball history before.
It's an excellent
So whoever
point.
has that ball now.
Yeah. Think about the
whoever has that ball now, don't even bother meeting with the Dodgers.
No.
Like the problem is you need to get it authenticated, but because seriously, Ohtani will offer you like a hat and a bat or something like that. You got to tell him, listen, I'm sorry. Even I'm a big fan of the Dodgers. I just tell him, listen, bro, you got $770 million show A.
Exactly.
I mean, like if you want it, bro, like I'll give it to you for $1 million. I can get 1.6 on the market. Give me a luxury suite for every playoff game and $1 million, and the ball's yours. But he won't do it. He'll scoff at you.
You're right, Gabe. But the thing is, if you did this, you'll hire a lawyer. Eventually, the thing about it too. Think about the Japanese.
You just sell it as self-piece. You sell it to Steiner Sports, bro. You just put it up for auction.
Good call.
Okay,
That's
so
exactly
Garrett. Well, but the thing is, you got to get it authenticated. That's where they're going to pinch you. Like you remember the Ohtani last time it happened. What was Ohtani's first home run as a Dodger? Remember we told the story. A girl caught the ball with her husband, but it was the wife that ended up with the ball. And the Dodgers came to her right away, and she said it was like the worst experience of her life. It turned into like a nightmare. Like she said like a bunch of thug goon security guys came and grabbed her.
Dodger goons.
The Dodgers sent the big goons out to the outfield. They brought her in like a tunnel. She said, I felt cornered. There was a bunch of big dudes surrounding me. And they insinuated that if I didn't give the ball up, they weren't going to authenticate it. They said, well, we won't stamp it for you and it won't be worth anything. And no one will know you really had the ball. And the Dodgers sort of denied it. But it turned ugly. And Aaron Judge, same thing. Judge is cool, but Judge point blank tells people it's almost like we won't negotiate with terrorists. Aaron Judge has put it out there. I will not buy the ball from you. Like
so the Dodger goons, they're terrorists. That's the best.
No. They view like the fan with the ball as terrorists, like they're negotiating against them, right? It's like they're like, yeah, I'm not gonna like. Yeah, Aaron Judge said, I'll give you stuff, but I'm not. Oh, there's the first touchdown of the game.
Who is it?
Of all people,
Lazard. Oh, it's always Lazard. Rogers and Lazard are boys. Man, we should have thought about him. Yeah. He loves Lazard. They're buddies. Lazard. This guy's had 3 touchdowns this year.
There's Robert Salah running on the field. Robert Salah looks like a fan. He's like,
he actually does.
He's pumping his fist.
I know.
Chill out, bro. You're up 6-0. You did this last week or 2 weeks ago. I remember you were all fired up early. And then by the end of the game, you looked like all chumped up, like you had your hood on. You were all like,
I'll give him credit, though.
Settle down, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't understand what he's doing either, but I will say this, that cream he's got on his dome is really very shiny, like his head looks really
shiny.
Nice. Yeah, it's a ball. He shines it with a bowling ball, like one of those things at the alley.
Reminds me, I used to know a salesman guy that I worked with at a radio station, man, and same thing. He had that same orange type of glare on his head. Yeah. It's like a wax. Like he said, it's like he's putting his head in like that bowling ball cleaner or something.
It's a professional buff.
No, but it's a wax type thing, that they put on their head.
It's like turtle
I don't
wax.
I don't need. People already know you're bald. I don't need like the light glistening off my head.
That's a good point, actually. You can see your reflection in his head. It's like, okay, I get it, buddy, but now I can see myself.
You can.
Fantastic. Turtle wax.
Yeah, and I like Salah. He's all right. Like I say, he's kind of like he's a little fanish for me, but like
he's not a good coach though.
He's a good defensive coordinator.
Yes, agreed.
But this is what happens. Coordinators are good coordinators, and it's always like, oh, he should be a head coach. Like, just because you can coordinate people, like some guys are better at coordinating. You know what I mean? It's like I don't have to worry about all the politics and this guy's unhappy on the team, and I got the wide receiver, and it's a pain in the ass, bro, when you're the head coach. Oh, Diggs is unhappy. This guy's hurt. Like, it's always something. We got Dane Martinez ready to hop up and in momentarily. as we see. And Cam gets alleviated. Cam gets nuked. All right, so touchdown for the New York Jets. Jets are up 7-0. Point spread is now 10.5. And the new in-game number is 38.5 in this game. So it's pretty much where we started. The college game, man, I swear to God, these freaking college games, huh? Just when you think you know, you don't know. And here we go with South Alabama and App State. The total was 62.5 in this game. And South Alabama were up like 14-0. Like at this, there was still like 7-8 minutes left in the first quarter. And they had 14 points up on the board. And you're thinking, oh boy, here we go. This is all right, perfect. We're on the over. Couldn't work out any better. I don't know. App State haven't done anything. Every time I look up, App State are moving the ball, and then they don't end up scoring. The total's all the way down to 52.5 right now. It's still 14-0. Touchdown as we speak. There we go. Touchdown. South Alabama. App State getting absolutely ripped apart by the Jaguars right now. South Alabama, 7.5-point road underdogs, up by 3 touchdowns. So there's a little shot in the arm for the total. I said it earlier in the day on the Scott Farrell show. App State are the type of team that you want when you're getting points. You don't want to be laying 7.5 points with these guys. Dane Martinez ready to step up and in. Talk about his gangrene. Jets up 7-0.
Giving you sports gaming strategies so powerful you can practically reserve a family vacation on it. Feels good to be a winner, doesn't it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Farrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. There's something you should know and always remember. SportsGrid does not increase luck. We're your unfair advantage for the latest sports gaming information. If you're looking for luck, go find a horseshoe. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's do this thing. The Thursday night throwdown, NFL Game Day edition continues. I am Gabriel Morency, SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid on demand on YouTube. Shout out to everybody in our chat. I see the chat is rocking tonight. And let me just quickly say, I don't understand you guys fully, though, because every time we do this on YouTube. Now, listen, I think we should be on YouTube every day. I don't make these decisions. It is what it is. But so we do the Mondays and Thursdays on YouTube, and people get all excited. The chat gets lit up, and people are like, oh, it should be on YouTube every night. It's on Twitter every night, and there's an effing chat. It's the same thing. Yet somehow it's like, oh, but YouTube, everyone like, oh, you're on YouTube tonight. Last night, we're on live. I'm getting people, well, is the show on YouTube? The show is on in front of you where you're tweeting me from right now, literally. All right, so it's a lot of frustrating decisions made by everybody. Let's bring in, as I stated, we're doing a pretty good job of this so far this year. We always try to get somebody on. It's a fan or from the city, you know what I mean, of the teams that are playing. And we thought about Gangrene. I was like, we got to get our boy on Spittin' Speeds here, who hasn't been on in forever. I haven't spoken to him in forever. And he's also a big-time New York Jet fan. Dane Martin is in the house. Good to see you, Dane.
What's going on, Gabe? Yeah, thanks for having me here. I got one eye to this Patriots drive and one eye on you. Some things never change.
Yeah, so let me ask you, the Jets, we don't have to go over the history of the Jets. We know how the season, the home opener went last year with Aaron Rodgers getting hurt after 4 plays. It almost feels that tonight, even the Jets' bad luck can't spoil the night. Don't you get that feeling tonight? Like, how do you feel about the Jets season now coming into tonight, this game, moving forward? There seems to be some positivity in the stadium for once.
There is. And listen, this is the home opener, so you got to have that. Remember last time in the home opener, him running out with the flag, and then, of course, 4 plays later. But here's the thing. I do feel more optimistic about it because I actually think this Jets roster is better than it was last year, Gabe, when you think about it, right? Like, I think they have more weapons on the outside. They clearly fortified the offensive line, which was the biggest problem, right? And then you just get guys like Sauce, guys like Garrett Wilson, guys like Breece Hall, who are going to be your playmakers and leaders. You have another year of proof that they actually are those dudes, right? So I think if Aaron Rodgers stays upright for 15, 16 games, you have a playoff team in the Jets. And I think the fact that they're actually better than last year is what causes the inspiration and he hasn't torn his Achilles in the first 2 games.
Well, that was the thing. And I know, they're the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers sort of brings it upon himself, right? If things aren't going to go well, people are going to go at him. But I thought even after the San Francisco game, it was a success, and I never really thought about it, because, we're caught up in the game itself. But until the next day when I saw him on McAfee, and he basically said, for me, it was just good to play football again, right? People sort of forget that, right? They expect quarterbacks that haven't played, coming off of surgeries. Kirk Cousins was a good example. Look at Kirk Cousins. Week 1 against Pittsburgh, he struggled. All right, against Philadelphia, he wasn't great. And then, boom, he just flicked the switch. The guy also, he was also coming off a major surgery and didn't play football in nearly a year. I think people don't want to accept this reality and understand it takes a while to get back into a rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, listen, these guys, you mentioned Cousins as well, right? They're veterans, but I saw in the Monday night game for Cousins, he was actually able to take snaps from under center and reach Bijan Robinson on the stretch play, something that he wasn't able to do in his Achilles rehab until about a couple of weeks ago, right? So it's clearly still developing. I agree with you. And that's why it's interesting, Gabe, when it gets to the preseason, do these guys play or do they not play? You see, like Bryce Young wasn't playing at all for Carolina, and look what happened. Meanwhile, Derek Carr, someone new in a new system with Kubiak, he's out there with the ones for the whole time. And look at the way New Orleans Saints go, right?
Look at Mahomes plays every preseason day.
That's what I'm saying.
Mahomes
exactly.
Plays.
So you have to kind of balance that, right? Protecting the asset. You don't want the catastrophic injury, of course. But now the way these guys do it, by not getting any reps outside of the joint practices, what you wind up having is weeks 1 and 2 look like preseasons week 4 and 5. Look, there's passing yards are down all across the league. Scoring is down all across the league. Part of that, I think, is because offenses are still ramping up and figuring out where they're supposed to be.
We'll see if they end up trading him, right? So the report is, the Panthers aren't interested in trading him. There's also reports that Young is very upset about this, right? That he thinks he's getting screwed over, which I think that's good. I mean, you want him to be upset about this, but I'm not fully sure that they've given up on him. It might actually be to save him a little bit. It's almost like pulling a goalie, Dane, in a hockey game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, I don't care who the quarterback is. They're a bad football team, right? They're going to get lit up. The quarterback's going to get lit up. So you pull him out. Dalton will inevitably get hurt in a week or two or whatever. So I don't think the Bryce Young story, we know the Bryce Young story isn't over in the big picture. As dude, Baker Mayfield Sam Darnold. I can go on and on. Geno Smith. All these quarterbacks that people give up on or laugh at are playing and winning football games right now still. Right? So I'm not going to fully give up on him, but he might get another shot here in Carolina. It might have just been, listen, we got to get him out of here before we kill this kid fully. I don't think that's the case. They're probably going to draft a quarterback. Canales can't come in and, but you just said it, though. He didn't play well, but at the same point in time, he has no weapons, and he's had different coaches. They don't play him in the preseason. What the hell did they expect to happen?
The organization did him no favors. The organization did him no favors, right? There was 3 different quarterback whisperers that he had within like 18 months. You know what I mean? They had nothing really around him. And yes, it did not look good. But to your point, Gabe, it could be a good thing. Let him sit on the sidelines for a while. Let him see the game from a different perspective. Let it slow down for him a little bit. And we all know the Red Rifle is going to wind up getting injured by Halloween anyway. So whether they're going to wind up giving him another opportunity there. I've heard all sorts of trade kind of
he might
rumors,
get hurt against the Raiders.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to be nice. I was giving him like a month and a half, Gabe. Come on.
So what do you have in this game? I missed out on, I should have a little sprinkle. I hit Lazard in the first game of the season is why, the reception prop, because I knew obviously Rodgers going to throw him the ball, right? He's there for Rodgers. They're buddies.
Yeah.
They have the connection. So he's going to get a couple of balls a game, but I didn't see first touchdown score coming tonight from him. Wow.
No, I didn't have first touchdown either. It's interesting because Mike Williams is getting more and more snaps as well. And when you put it all together with Garrett Wilson, I think Lazard kind of became like the forgotten man on some level. But he is back with that chemistry. We'll talk about it more, I guess, right?
Yeah, look at the chemistry. Speaking of chemistry, Mooney's looks like he's got some chemistry with Cousins, actually. What's that on the other side?
To be on SportsGrid, but don't take our word for it. Ask somebody smart.
Wait, that's not what I meant.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Well, Otani just keeps on lighting it up like Snoop Dogg on the back of a tour bus. What a game tonight. Like this dude is just unbelievable. Like I said, anytime you do something that's never happened before Major League Baseball history. Dane Martinez with us. Let me ask you, Dane, because I got my eye on the football game, obviously.
Yeah.
What happened to the baseball? The 50 shot. Who ended up getting? Because I guess it got bobbled around back there a little. Like, so who ended up with the ball?
Oh, that I have no idea. What I do tell you, though, is not only did he hit 50, he hit 51 tonight as well, Gabe. He hit 3 home runs and stole 2 bases. So, like, and you were getting the updates like, oh, he only needs 1 more. Oh, we got it. He got to 51, I think, already. So, an incredible season, doing it while he's recovering from Tommy John surgery. I guess the question is, like, Gabe, on some level, Babe Ruth stopped pitching, right? At some point to focus on his offense. Are they going to have Ohtani continue to pitch?
This is unbelievable. I'm seeing the video now, Dane. The ball was smoked into the outfield, the 50th one.
Yeah.
So it was smoked, and it sort of hit. It hit like a railing type thing and bounced back.
Got a ricochet?
A bunch of people, the old ricochet. And there was like a table and stuff, and a bunch of people jumped down, like in between the fence and the stands type of deal, the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And so, it was like a bunch of people. They didn't fight for it. I'll give them credit. They didn't start throwing for it.
But they did jump down the railing? Because if you're going to do that,
there's all kinds of people running over, Dave. Yeah, there's like VIP tables.
Committed at
they have a fence,
right?
Yeah, they have a fence. So, like, there's people sitting, like, at tables in the outfield, like, so you have the seats and the tables are below them, and the ball went underneath the table. Some dude came up with it. Like I said, I think it's probably about $2 million, this ball, as crazy as it sounds. So Ohtani's memorabilia goes for a lot, Dane.
Yeah, absolutely, because then you also have the Asian market bidding it up as well, right? And so here's the thing. I mean, what happens when, like, dude winds up 55 and 55 for the season, which is not out of the realm of possibility, Like, what if that's not actually the record ball?
But you get the 50, you're right. The 50 ball and the last ball are the ones now.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That last, the 54th or the 50. I don't know, at this rate, right? He might get to 60 if he keeps hitting 3 a game. All kidding aside. They have San Diego. They had a real series coming up this weekend. And man, I tweeted this yesterday. It would be insane. You think Major League Baseball would mind a Dodgers-Mets playoff matchup?
No.
Which is a distinct possibility in the second round, right?
You could also get Dodgers-Yankees World Series. You can get a Dodgers-Yankees World Series, Gabe. I mean, come on. You'd have both coasts. You'd have all the
Hasn't happened since 1981.
Trust me, I know. I mean, and how many transplanted New Yorkers are now in LA and vice versa? Like, I got a whole crew of people out there that are going to be conflicted. But yeah, that would be the big money one, right? It's not like anybody wants to see necessarily Guardians Brewers.
It's going to cost in both cities, bro. If that happened, Yankees Dodgers World Series, it'd be like $1,500 to sit like in the outfield, $2,000 a night and stuff. Like it'd be like $13,000 to sit behind home plate. All right. So what do you like this week, Dane, in the NFL? I brought up Kirk Cousins and Mooney and the connection that they had. They get the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday night. We got Minnesota and Houston this week. We got some pretty good, fun games. Doubleheader on Monday Night Football next week. What do you like this week in the NFL?
Yeah, sure. I'm all on the Saints. I'm a believer in the Saints. We were talking about Kubiak, the new offensive coordinator, against Philly. That Philly run defense has been absolutely putrid, Gabe, in terms of giving up yards per carry. Alvin Kamara, I think, is going to gash them. I like that. I like Seattle at home against Miami. Miami taking the longest flight possible in the continental U.S. Seattle's faced Denver and New England, 2 good defenses. I think this new offense that they've been talking about is actually going to pop off. I like the Derrick Henry rushing prop. You can run against Dallas. I think they will force feed Derrick Henry. And in that game,
Monken better give it to him, bro. Otherwise, you should force feed Todd Monken to the unemployment line.
Again, right? Like, they had him against the Raiders, and they should have just continued to force feed him, just like in the AFC Championship game last year against the Chiefs. I think they ran like 2 times in the second half for the #1 run team in the NFL. I think that's why they got him, though, Gabe. You know what I mean? Take the pressure off Lamar. I do think they're going to learn from this and feed him, and you could run on that Dallas team. So those are a couple of props. Seattle and the Saints, I definitely like. I'm a believer right now in New Orleans.
Dane, it was great to catch up with you, my man, and we'll let you enjoy this touchdown. The Jets are moving to football right now. Looks like they might be punching another touchdown into the end zone.
I just need it to be Breece Hall. Let's make it Breece Hall. That's all.
Yeah, so does everybody. And this every sports book in America right now is like, we hope it's not Breece Hall. Great stuff, Dane. Like a Saquon touchdown the other night. Thanks, Dane. Great to catch up with you. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Sure.
You say you will, but you won't.
Man, Hall nearly scored. He got stuffed
So
on the
some of
goal
you
line.
aren't listening to SportsGrid, the recommended 12 hours a day due to family commitments. Well, we know what your priorities are. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Sports Rage tonight.
Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, does Bryce Young suck? Yes, he sucks. He's too small. He doesn't have any talent to work around him, but it's a team effort. The Carolina Panthers defense is terrible. It's not like, oh, God, if the Carolina Panthers only had a quarterback, they'd be good. Look at all the ridiculously stupid moves that the Carolina Panthers have made. It's like, oh, we need players. You had Christian McCaffrey.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Did you ever wonder why we're called SportsGrid? It's because we help create so many winners, we have to use a grid system to keep track of them all. Join them. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Level 2, let's do this thing. I tell you, I sort of, we were talking to Dane, and, we're watching this football game. This kind of game is kind of going the way I thought it would. I didn't think it would be a super exciting game. Let's just be real. But we were just talking about Breece Hall. So I said, Dane, all right, we'll let you go and enjoy. Jets look like they're about to score a touchdown. He goes, well, let's just hope it's Breece Hall that scores a touchdown. Hall got stuffed on the goal line, then they gave it to him again. And it looks like he scored. They said that his knee was down. And I don't know. Like, we were on the air for all these primetime games, and I almost just admit that I don't know anymore. Looks like a touchdown to me. His knee hit, but the ball was, he landed on the goal line at the same point in time. But I got screwed last week. Who was it? I got really screwed over. I had a touchdown player to score a prop. It was the same thing. It was in a CFL game, actually. That's what it was. It was like last week in a CFL game. I had a guy to score a touchdown. He scored the touchdown. He celebrated. Then a minute later, they said, oh, no, his knee was down. And the next play, the QB sneaked it in. I didn't get the touchdown score.
That's a CFL.
Yeah, it happens. That always happens like that. That's why all these people right now, you better hope that they give him the touchdown because he probably won't score again after. And again, this happened with Saquon Barkley the other night. You remember, Barkley scored late in the game, and then they took it off the board. I was like, oh, there's the Barkley touchdown. Anytime, dude, because everybody bets the same thing now, Cam. Like, the sports books are praying that Breece Hall does not score a touchdown because everybody took him to score a touchdown.
You know what it is, Gabe, too? Like, his number's like $1.80 to score, and you could look at it and go, people bet favorites in baseball. I think, you know what I did? I did a round robin with Derrick Henry, Breece Hall, Mason of the Niners, and like guys that I like to score touchdowns, and I did a touchdown round robin, all the plus money. But you're right, it's very expensive, but the way I look at it, it's like, we've taken this stuff in like parlays in baseball and stuff. Like Breece Hall is going to get the ball at the goal line. That's what he does, right? So
I took the chance that he'd score the first touchdown at plus 260. I didn't, Mike cut off, and I play a lot of touchdown props, and I'm even a chalky guy. I don't really mind fully, but I was just turned off when I saw 180. I was like, yeah, it's just.
Gabe, I was turned off at first touchdown under 3-1. There's so many other options.
That's what I'm saying.
Got the touchdown, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they count the touchdown, so Hall gets the touchdown. So I played that, let's get the Stevenson and the Wilson touchdown too. Now we got one down. We can hit that at 9-1. I don't disagree though. If you think he's going to, and you know what, I'm telling you though, Cam, I see this in college often. College touchdown props are insane. Sometimes some guys are minus 600, bro, to score a touchdown. It's like minus 450, and they don't always score, right? It's not a guarantee. Like once you get into these crazy numbers, for me, my touchdown prop score cutoff is usually 150, 160.
Yeah.
And it's got to sort of be a lock guy where I'm like, like Josh Allen. Josh Allen now is in the minus 125 range, and it's annoying, but the guy scores touchdowns all the time. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, all right, I almost have to take it because he's going to freaking score a touchdown at some point in this game. But, it's not value, but now I regret it. Now I'm like, I should have manned up and just taken the freaking New York Jets in the Circa Survivor.
Yeah. I know what, Gabe, and I'm glad that I got to give you credit because I had that voice in my head too, and it doesn't happen every week, but we go into a primetime game, and this is a very important thing. It's not going to happen, but I would say 70% of the time or more. There were so many people that like New England as a public dog, and we talked about the Jets in 3-11, and then you talked about it. They're just a better team. Their defense is superior, and they're going to get short fields. And Rodgers, over time, is going to get better. As you see, he's got chemistry with Lazard that he's always had. He's hitting Conklin. Those slant patterns are working, and they got a double running attack. Like, the New England Patriots have overachieved the first couple weeks, but the Jets are a dangerous team as the season moves on. And good call by you. I'm glad I stayed off. Like, I love underdogs, but this game just something my voice told me, no, Jets are going to blow these guys out tonight. I think the Jets might win this game by like 28 points, Gabe. I think they kill them.
It's the classic people bet what happened the week before too much in the NFL.
Yep.
They think, wow, this team hung around and they did this, they do that. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen every week. And also, I brought it up a million times throughout the week. Jawan Bentley is their best defensive player. Like, just because the average jackass at home doesn't know who he is doesn't mean it's not going to affect the Patriots, right? He had 114 tackles for them last year. So, and he had 4.5 sacks. You take Juden off this defense, who was their best defensive player before, right, on the defensive line. So they're without two of their, suddenly the Patriot defense isn't, they take a little bit of a hit here. And you see they're having a problem. They can't get any pressure on Aaron Rodgers. The Jets are doing a pretty nice job of just dumping the ball off. But I said it before the game tonight, I sort of expected the Patriots to be bad tonight. And another thing, too, you got a team, we brought up the trend, 4-22 against the spread, teams coming off of overtime the next game. It's like a disadvantage when you're on the road, short week, you played overtime, and also a rookie coach. Rookie coaches get lit up on this short rest stuff. Mayo's never done this before. Mayo's never coached oh yeah, we're playing on Thursday. You basically have one practice.
That is more important than your other stat. Way more important, in my opinion. You're right.
Yeah,
that's huge.
You have to be prepared for the game already, Cam.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like, if Andy Reid or even McDermott, I'm not comparing McDermott to Reid, but I know McDermott does this. Elite teams, when they're playing Thursday, they already game planned it. Like, it's already done. Like, you know what I mean? They're not like, okay, we got to get ready for this game. It's like, no, we're going to get ready for two opponents at once. Right? We're going to practice for this team, but we're also just going to, you know what I mean? We're going to save the last 15 minutes of practice every day just to sort of get a look ahead, guys, so we're not caught off guard. Dude, you play Sunday, you're playing Thursday, you got an off day. You can't do anything on Monday. Players are off Tuesday, but not teams that are playing Thursday. But Monday, you're beat up. You're in the freaking hot tub. You can't move. You essentially have one practice for these Thursday games. So you have a rookie coach, an inept offense on a short week. It wasn't a good spot for them.
Yeah, I think actually, even with the overtime, the Jets defense was on the field a little bit more than the Patriots, and I understand that stat, but the one that you mentioned, that's huge.
Yeah, I think it's overrated,
Gerard Mayo
has not, they are 4-22.
He has not been in this situation before, Gabe, where veteran coaches have. Like, you know what I mean? They look at it and go, okay, this is what we have to do. And that's a great point that you bring up. It's a 2-for-1 situation, and yeah, the Patriots are just kind of in a situation right now where The Jets are just waiting in the weeds, and it's a good week for the Jets. It's just, this is the NFL. You said it. Just because the Patriots beat Cincinnati and played well against Seattle doesn't mean they're going to do it 3 weeks in a row.
And the Patriots right now are in the worst possible spot, down 14 points. That's another. The Patriots have never really trailed this year. They were leading the Bengals. The Seattle game was back and forth or tied pretty much all game. Like, the Patriots have never been in all right, we're screwed. We need to throw the ball now. Here they are. It's 14-0, and they're having a hard time throwing the ball. They just got saved by a penalty. It was incomplete on 2nd and 9, and Buddy on the Jets came flying in. I don't know. I think they're going to say he led with his head. Sauce Gardner.
I got to be honest with
you,
Gabe.
14-0.
I understand, we're protecting players and stuff. It's really hard, man. Like, receivers are dipping down. You're just trying to make a play. Like, I saw another one last week. Like, even the announcer, it's like, what do you want the defenders to do? And obviously, the ex-refs are apologists for the league, and they're saying this and this. It's ridiculous to me. Like, a lot of the time, look at Ontua's hit. You brought up another point where
Sherwood.
If you just go down, or the player tackles you and you go down instead of diving, you're not hurt. You're actually playing this week. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, this penalty, I see it here.
It's not a penalty.
I don't, yeah. Because in slow motion, it looks like, he elbowed him. But,
no.
What, so you think, you know what? He gave him a shoulder to the head. He did hit him in the head. There's no disputing he hit him in the head, but you can ask, okay, in that spur of the moment, and you slow it down, of course it looks malicious. But if you, in the heat of the moment, like you said, he's already leaning in. But I personally think, Cam, that was a penalty. That was a headshot. He had time, bro. He had time to not do that.
I don't think he meant to do it. That's just me.
I think when the QB slides, that's a horrible penalty. I feel bad for the defenders there. But on that one, he knew what he was doing. He smoked him in the head.
If anybody asks you how you win so often, you can tell them you're a loyal SportsGrid listener. Or just say you have an unfair advantage. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to zero. That's right. If you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to zero due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
You go to the playoffs and lose. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. They're not that good offensively. Again, they are boring offensively. Their offense sucks. And it sucked under Canada. It sucks under Art Smith. They obviously win with defense. And they win with TJ Watt. That's why they win.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge. The SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Studies show that in order for you to experience consistent winning, you need a plan, a strategy, something you can trust to give you the edge 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We make it simple for you. You're listening to the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Patriots are sort of moving the ball. Not really. The referees are moving the ball for them. They've been the benefactor of a couple of penalties, but I'll tell you what, this Jet defense is just teeing off on Jacoby Brissett. The Patriots got screwed on a play, but then there was a penalty on the next play after. It was almost like a makeup call, but Brissett was not like this whole in the grasp thing. They overreacted. He got rid of the ball. It looked like it was going to be a big loss, and the running back turned it into a little bit of a gain. But they said, no, you were in the grasp after, but it was a real slow call. New York have had the ball for nearly 17 minutes of this first half, 16:54 to 7:52 time of possession battle. 14-0. We got a 3rd and 18 right now from the Jets' 35-yard line. Like the Patriots were moving forward due to flags, but Brissett keeps on getting sacked. And
you got a long field goal? You got a long field goal?
I do have the long field goal prop. I thought there was just another face mask there, but I guess there wasn't. I think, though, I just got screwed on the long field goal prop. I think they just picked that. It was a screw job. I think they picked up enough.
You're right.
That it bounced it from, it'll be under here.
It'll be like 40.
It won't be enough.
What is it, 45 and a half?
What's 47 and a half, the long field goal prop.
Oh.
This is a 44-yard field goal. 4 minutes left. This drive just hit a wall. The Jets defense just, like I said, the Jets were stopping them. It was just 2 penalties, kept it going. The field goal is good. So it's now 14-3 with 3:56 left in the first half of this game. The in-game total is pretty much right around where it finished. We closed at 39. It's 39.5 right now. The Jets are currently 14.5-point favorites, up 11, getting the football back. And the Jets got the ball first, right, to start the game. So the Patriots will be getting the ball to start the second half. We're at the half right now at App State. South Alabama, 7.5-point underdogs, rolling App State, 28-7 at the half for the visitors and the underdogs. We're on them plus the points, and we got the over 62 in this football game. The in-game total is currently 65.5 right now at the half. So we're up to 35. I think it's going to go over. I'm already in on the over, but I think this will go over to the 65.5. I'd be shocked if App State don't start scoring a bit. Doesn't mean they're going to come back and win the game. But I doubt they're going to, they probably get to like 21 or 28 or something like that, I would imagine. But we're already on South Alabama. We're already on the over, so let's not push it. The NFL game just went to 40.5 right now. And Major League Baseball, we got the Phillies up 4-0 on the Mets. The Pirates are up, who cares? But the Pirates are up 3-2 on the Cardinals.
Who cares? That's
my God.
Oh, you guys betting that game? Who cares? Who cares? I like the over 40.5 in this game. I like, somebody's betting it. I like the over 40.5. I know it's not the best number, Gabe, but I think this game is going to get there. We're on the original over, and I think the Jets are going to do their thing. That's the reason I think it's going to go over. I would not be shocked if they scored 31 points in this game. So that's what I'm thinking. 31.
9-4. It's a big New York night right now, Cam. It's a rare night in which the Mets and the Mets and the Jets are both winning. 9-4. Yeah, 9-4 right now for the Mets, top of the 7th inning. So people at the FanDuel Sportsbook right now and at the Meadowlands are having a fun time so far.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, you talk about blow this. Mets and Jets are usually like the fan base too. Like Mets fan and Jets fan are kind of like together, right? And it's more, you said, didn't you tell me it was Yankees and Giants? Like, and some of them are split. Kurtz is Dallas and Yankees, but whatever. But anyway, yeah. And maybe the New York two-step's going to work tonight. I'll tell you one thing. The Mets are playing great baseball, Gabe. They're a very dangerous baseball team right now. They look good. Look very good.
Next Thursday night, the Thursday nighter, speaking of New York, it is the Dallas Cowboys at the New York Football Giants. So MetLife is actually the place, the scene, the place to be for the next 2 Thursdays. I was wondering, actually, I know about the Monday nighter. Jacksonville at Buffalo, Washington at Cincinnati on Monday Night Football. We have a doubleheader this week, guys, in case you're unaware. And the Bills game kicks off at 7:30, and the Bengals and Jags kick off at 8:15. So we'll be on during both games on Monday night, doubleheader, Monday Night Football. 14-3, 3:52 left. So the Jets have plenty of time to respond here. They've got 6 first downs on each of their last 2 drives, so has been pretty efficient this Jets offense. And the total right now in this football game, as Cam mentioned, it was 40.5, back down to 39.5. But we're on pace, especially the teasers are on pace right now, Cam. The teasers over 31, over 32 in that range are on pace right now. There's going to be more points in this game.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think there's going to be more points. I think the original number is I think it's going to go over. And people who took that under teaser, it's kind of in a spot too. This could be a very interesting night if you took the Jets both ways, Gabe, but we'll see. A lot of football left, but I think the Jets will put at least a field goal on the board on this drive too, and maybe go into the half 17-3.
The thing is with the New England Patriots, how many more points are the Patriots going to score in this game? They're clearly offensively challenged. There's no disputing this. And, their passing attack is pretty much non-existent. Their offensive line is just getting absolutely blown up. So that is a concern as far as the 39.5 right now, 40. You have to wonder, are they going to get to 10? Are they going to kick another field goal? Are they, they're not built, like even if down, they're not built to just play pitch and catch and move the ball down the field. The Patriots team total right now, guys, is 10.5. So
what do you think?
They're expected to score another touchdown only.
I think they'll get 10. Like 31-10 final.
That's and the Jets team total right now is 26 and
over. I like over, man. 27. They'll get 27, I think. I like that. I like the Jets team total over. We're at 14
I can see
now.
this game ending 28-10.
28-10?
Which would stay under the number by a point. The closing number was 30-39, even though it was 38 earlier. It was 37.5 before.
31-10. 31-10 is my final. 31-10, so we're close.
Before the game, last night I said like 27-13. I said 24-13, 27-13 in that range. I sort of liked it. I didn't think it was going to sail over the number, but I thought it would just sort of be right around it. So it's 14-3, 2:22 left.
You're home for the winning edge, but you can call it the unfair advantage. But don't take our word for it. Just ask a winner. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Football Full Circle.
And I have to be honest with you, if Fields picks up this victory this coming weekend, I don't care how ugly it is. There's no way that Mike Tomlin could then turn to Russell Wilson.
Why not? Well, what has Justin Fields done? What has this guy done to deserve this starting job if he didn't win it in the preseason, which clearly he did not?
It's Football Full Circle with Scott Wetzel and Joe Lisi. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge right here.
No wonder the wife says you need to spend more time with the kids.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Thursday Night Football, Thursday Night Throwdown, SiriusXM, Channel 159, SportsGrid Radio Networks, 14-3 for Gangrene right now over the New England Patriots. The Jets have the football. We're at the 2-minute warning right now. So the Jets team total up to 27.5. Patriots team total 10.5. Odds makers don't have a lot of confidence that this Patriot offense is going to be able to put points up on the board. And neither am I. Like the Patriots, if the Patriots are going to cover the point spread in this game, and this is why I didn't like the Patriots, I knew this is kind of the way that I thought it was going to go, Cam, that if they fall behind, they're in trouble. This Jet defense is good. And, they're at home. It's their home opener. It's not an easy, place to play. The Jets have already played 2 road games now, so they do have, Aaron Rodgers starting to get more comfortable right now. It was paramount that New England did not fall behind early if you're the Patriots. Like, the Patriots are in a lot of trouble right now. You're just not going to be able to throw the ball down the field and catch up.
That's why they beat Cincinnati, Gabe. They stomped on them early, and then, you know what I mean? They can do what they do. They can impose their will, but they're not built like it. You talked about it. They don't have high flyers. They don't have electrifying players. They're basically a ground and pound team. They want to take a lead and milk clock and make you work long fields. But the Jets look pretty good right now. A nice run by Hall. We got a 2nd and 1, and this team looks like they're moving the ball again. Hopefully another touchdown would be great for our total.
So Aaron Rodgers, 13 of 15 for 157 yards and a touchdown in the first half, a quarterback rating of 132.5, a pretty much perfect performance for Rodgers. All the talk about Breece Hall, Braylon Allen actually has 40 yards rushing. 6 carries, 40 yards for Braylon Allen. Breece Hall, 6 carries, 25 yards. As far as the Jets receivers, Alan Lazard leading the way with 3 catches. And you know what? That cashes again because he was 1.5. They made it 2.5 today, but it was plus money at plus 115. So Lazard cashes his reception prop. They're going to make it 3.5 next week.
You're right, Gabe. We're a day late, dollar short.
2.5 now to be 3.5.
You're right. He was great in the first game too, and when we were looking at Rodgers going to him, it's like a safety blanket. And got to give Lazard credit, man. The guy makes plays and he gets touchdowns, so good for him.
Lazard's got 3 catches for 48 yards. Ty Conklin 2 catches, 44 yards. Breece Hall's got 3 catches for 23 yards. Garrett Wilson 2 catches for 15. Ruckert. I looked at Ruckert because I like the low props. Ruckert was 1 catch, 0.5. That was his prop tonight. But he didn't have a catch in either of the first 2 games, so he gets a catch tonight. Ruckert 1 for 11.
I love that. That's the Zay
Gibson's
Jones.
got 1.
That was my favorite bet you ever made. 0.5. Oh, Zay Jones, 1 catch, 6 yards. Yeah, I won.
And Mike Williams has got a catch. Pretty impressive, actually. Aaron Rodgers completed 7 different Jets have caught passes from Aaron Rodgers. As far as the Patriots are concerned, Ramondre Stevenson, 4 carries for 20 yards. He's been balled up, and now he's going to be taken out of the game because they're going to have to throw. I mean, this is all you need to hear about the Patriots' passing attack. Jacoby Brissett, 6 of 8, 24 yards, 3-yard average.
24 yards and a half.
Yeah.
That's
I knew,
gross.
Cam. I brought it up at the top of the show. Like, they average 135 yards passing a game. You can't get by. And I'm telling you what, guys, leading in, the only thing is Justin Herbert's like kind of hurt, right? I mean, he's nowhere near 100%. But it's the same thing with Pittsburgh, Cam. Like, Pittsburgh are 2-0, and I don't know, some people are feeling good about him. And I saw Dan Orlovsky was talking about, like, Justin Fields is playing great, and they can beat anybody with Justin Fields. I'm like, he's not playing great.
No.
Like, it's not. Like, it's just dude, you know who's playing great? TJ Watt is playing great.
You're right. That defense is playing great. That's what it is.
Defense is playing great. So same thing with the Steelers, Cam. They shut down the Falcons. Give them credit, but they shut down the Falcon offense. And then they played Bo Nix, bro. Bo Nix is like, one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
That's what I'm saying.
And it was, so now, like, same thing. I'm just saying, I'm not saying the Steelers are as bad as the Patriots, guys, but you know what I mean, Cam? The Steelers haven't been in a game where it's like, all right, you're down by 14, so let's see you throw the ball now with Justin Fields and march down the field, guys.
The defense won that game, Gabe. They intercepted Nix. I got to tell you, Denver bottled up their offense in the second half. For anyone who watched the game, I did, because I thought I had Denver in a teaser, and I lost straight up with the points with Denver. They were like, honestly, Pittsburgh did nothing in that game in the second half. Jack.
I like the Chargers in this game. against the Steelers, but I don't love them. I don't love them. The Chargers, as crazy as it sounds, the Chargers are offensively challenged as well.
They are.
And now,
For your listening pleasure,
we give you SportsGrid summed up in one single symbolic sound effect. Get it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steelman Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
This is the Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Augmented reality is here for dogs. Military bomb-sniffing dogs currently directed out of trouble by laser pointers or hand signals means the dogs and their handlers have to be nearby, both in danger. Now, Seattle-based Command Site and the U.S. Army Research Lab are prototyping augmented reality goggles the dogs wear, displaying in their field of view where to go safely while sending video back to HQ. Stealthy. Once this goes mainstream, if you think your dog's ignoring you now, wait until she's got her own artificial reality goggles. Follow me at Capalbo on Twitter and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
At SportsGrid, we don't have time to hype.
We take trust seriously.
If our information wasn't rock solid, they wouldn't let us do it anymore.
that would be bad.
We've got car payments to make.
You can trust us.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
We might have a puncher's chance at the long field goal on the way out here at the end of this half. It's setting up. It's going to be a third down situation coming up. So if they stop them on third down, the long field goal will be in effect. Rodgers missed Wilson on a deep strike to the end zone, but it didn't matter because Wilson got flagged for illegal motion. So the Jets are sort of going backwards here a little bit, but they're in pretty solid control of this football game, up 14-3. Due to the fact, as we talked about, the New England Patriot offense just completely inept. Jacoby Brissett, 6 of 8 passing, but for just 24 yards. Hunter Henry, and I didn't fall for the Hunter Henry receiving yard prop or anything like that. He's got 2 catches for 9 yards. His prop was only 3.5, so he's probably going to get there in the second half. They're going to have to throw it a lot. That's what we'll look at halftime here. For halftime wagers will be the New England Patriot. Sounds crazy to say, but the New England Patriot offensive player props. But yeah, they're going to have to throw the ball. So it doesn't mean they're going to get yards, but they're still going to have to get some catches here. And Henry will be the guy. He's going to catch a bunch of balls in the second half here. So we'll get the updated numbers. There's the first down, and they get screwed over again. They get the first down, so now they're not in long field goal range anymore. They get the first down. They're on the 20-yard line right now. There's 24 seconds left. The Jets, where are they? They got about to 25.
Final timeout, though. See, that's the whole thing. Timeouts are so
just
valuable.
Use their final timeout.
A lot of these coaches just burn them and don't think about them or do stupid challenges. You need your timeouts. Now you're just losing an extra play there, but take a couple shots at the end zone, and if not, settle for a field goal.
That's on Rodgers, the last one here. Because you're right, they've used 2 timeouts on the last 2 plays. They catch a ball, they call a timeout. They catch a ball, they call a timeout. Because Rodgers accepted it and just threw over the middle of the field there. right? They needed to do it for the first down. It was open over the middle of the field. They threw it to Mike Williams. They get it. But they didn't have a choice to call a timeout after. The Patriots took the sidelines away. So now they got 24 seconds, no timeouts left. And I would expect they will go to the end zone here. They just did before to Wilson. They got a couple of cracks at this here, Cam. I would expect, let's see. My prediction is he throws it to the end zone. No, first play, dumps it off, and it's incomplete.
That's interesting.
I would go to the end zone here.
I agree with you, especially you got tall
They're up
receivers.
14-3. They don't really have a lot to lose here. Just take a strike.
Agreed. Conklin.
Wilson was open, too, in the last one. He was a legal motion, but he was open, but Rodgers missed him. They could probably go back there. That's the one thing, you'll notice, guys, with Lazard being here. Lazard's far from like a star player, but Lazard has been around Rodgers his entire career. And they're very good friends. Like they just have that chemistry. You notice with Wilson, very hype receiver, Cam. He's only got 2 catches, right? There, Rodgers doesn't have that flow with him. You could tell, like, there it is. All right, I told you they'd go to the end zone. He threw it through the end zone. So we got a 3rd and 10 coming up here. Look at this. They're all nice to Rodgers, patting him on the shoulder pad, helping him up there. Hey, buddy, good to see you.
Exactly. It's, hey, pal, how you doing? Guy threw it almost into the first row. Here we go.
It's going to be frustrating here. You're going to stop him for a field goal, but it won't be a long field goal.
Correct.
I don't know. The Pats are like bitching for a flag. They want intentional ground. I don't know what they want. I think that Jets were bitching about they were interfered with, and the Patriots were saying it was uncatchable. It was thrown into the stands anyways. So 3rd and 10, 14 seconds left at the end of this half. So like I said, we'll get some halftime bets going here from a Patriot perspective. Like we said, so Hunter Henry, let's see, what do we have up here? So the Patriots, Hunter Henry right now, guys, he's at 29.5 receiving yards, Cam. He's at 9 right now.
Over.
He'll go over just because they're going to have no choice but to throw it to him. And nobody really gets open. Jalen Polk is 2.5. So right now, Hunter Henry, I'm going to get in on this now, actually.
It's a good bet. Also, another thing is if the Jets score a touchdown right here, you go up 21-3. They're not going to be playing. Basically, all you got to do is keep the Patriots out of the end zone. So they'll give them that nickel and dime stuff, like quick little hitch to, you know what I mean? That's the whole thing. So I kind of like where you're going with Polk, and then they'll have some quick little throws to Henry. So I do agree with your points. I think yards are one thing, but receptions is where you want to target, as you said. Last week we were good. Remember, you talked about Jalen Hurts. He ended up taking out for a couple runs. It didn't look good early, and then he went bananas, and all the second half props went over. So I think you're reading this correctly, and I think Polk will be a big part of this. Remember, with Brissett too, Gabe, he's going to have to dump it off, It's one of those situations where a lot of those guys are going to get touches, and I agree with you with Henry. I think those lines, the yards are too light with the tight end.
Hunter Henry right now, over under 4.5 receptions. Over 4.5 is plus 145. You're getting some nice plus money here right now. So he's going to need 3 catches in the second half. He's at 2 right now. He had 9 catches. He had 2 catches in week 1. He had 9 catches last week. They were winning in week 1, so they just ran the ball a lot. Last week it was a competitive game, so and he was open all the time. Something to think about actually with the Seahawks moving forward. That they got pretty carved up by the tight end in that spot. Here's the field goal attempt coming up, Cam. But yeah, plus 145, guys. He's got to get 3 catches, and they're going to be down 17-3 here at the half. Here's the field goal, a 45-yarder. I miss out by 3 yards.
Unreal.
Kick is up. And we should have known better. He's a New York Jet. Great kick.
Oh my God, what a shit. That's awful. That's just
it looked like a bad college kicker kick, like he fluttered it. It was just like,
doing? Oh,
that looks like my
awful.
kick. That would be me from 45, Cam. It'd be like sort of wavy and it would miss.
Yeah.
Like that, that was terrible.
It's like when McAfee did you see the guy in College Game Day last week? He literally would get the ball off the ground.
Kid.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to knock it through. It's like, dude, that was the worst.
I like Pat.
He's like,
I like Pat's disdain for the kid. He's like, yeah, whatever, kid, settle down. He's like, yeah, okay. Like, Pat was like,
he's mad.
A kid at game day. Every game day they set up uprights and for a scholarship, like, you get free like tuition, $120,000. And they pick someone to kick a field goal, and this Gamecock fan kid was like really cocky. He's like, oh, kickers aren't players. This is easy. I'm going to be able to do this easily. And you can see like Pat was turning red and getting
he was getting mad. He wanted to straight.
The guy's trash, and he goes, "Oh, you think it's easy? So you're going to make this, huh?" And he goes, "Yeah, I don't think you are." Like Pat started sort of like Pat got mad for real at the kid, and then the kid shanked it big time. His shoe went flying off. The ball like hit the fans and stuff.
One of the worst kicks ever.
They ruthlessly, like Pat told him after, "You're the worst one that we've ever had on game day." Like he told him like that was embarrassing. Kirk Herbstreit tweeted out after this kid's a clown. Like they really piled on. Like they did not like the kid talking smack to them.
No, you're right, Gabe. He came across as a tool, and the worst was the thing literally went a foot, and the guy's shoe came off too. Like that was the worst attempt of all time. It was awful. I was howling.
You don't talk smack because the thing is, if you're nice, they'll give you the little consolation on the road. All right, you're a good kid. You missed. Here's $25K check.
Yep.
All right, so the half ends 14-3 on a Hail Mary attempt. Nice pass by Brissett, actually. He got into the end zone. But it was batted down by the Jets. There were more Jet defenders there, but 14-3. I got to tell you, that missed field goal could come back to haunt a lot of people.
I'm starting to think
as far as the teaser is concerned, and specifically the point spread as well. Suddenly the Patriots, they score a touchdown, they're covering the number. 17-3, they're down 14. You have that little bit of a cushion here. I personally don't think the Patriot offense is really going to be able to do very much to change the course of this, but big miss at the end of the half there, I tell you that. And I believe the Patriots, they get the ball to start the second half too.
Can't leave points on the board. That's brutal. That was a horrible kick.
Brett Beard's going to join us. Take Hunter Henry, everybody. Plus 145. Over 4.5 catches. Plus 145. Nothing wrong with plus money. I think he goes over the 29.5 yards as well. But I like the plus money better at plus 145.
Tiny head.
For the record, we love sports gaming. Always have.
That's why we never dated in high school.
Enhance your life.
Get the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You're listening to where real winners go for actionable insights and expert perspectives on daily sporting events.
7 days a week.
It's not a secret or anything.
I mean, we have a promotion budget for Pete's sake.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
We're rolling along. The Thursday Night Throwdown, NFL Game Day edition, albeit we're at the half, and I don't think any of us thought this was going to be the most exciting game in the world. Next Thursday, we have the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Football Giants. So we're going back-to-back at MetLife on Thursday nights. Of course, we're on every primetime NFL game this year. There'll be an exception or two because I'll be at a couple of games this year. But with that being stated, Sunday night we have a fun one with the Atlanta Falcons and the Kansas City Chiefs. My Buffalo Bills in action on Monday night against the Jags. And we got a doubleheader with the Commanders and the Cincinnati Bengals, the winless Bengals. Speaking of Jacksonville, let's send it to Jacksonville, Florida right now. Heisman Trophy voter, second helping podcast host, First Coast News, college football analyst, steps up and in, Mr. Brett Beard. Brett, thanks for joining us live tonight on the Thursday night edition of the program. Our schedule's all over the place, but we couldn't go a week without, especially this week, without talking to you. How you doing, my man? Well, first things first, actually, let me get your quick take here, Brent, on South Alabama and App State. Wow. What a performance. And they were up 28-7 at the half, and they just scored a touchdown again, Brent. They're up 34-7 right now on App State. They were 7.5-point underdogs. They hung 87 on Northwestern State last week, and people just figured, well, that's Northwestern State. But this team's on a roll right now. No, it really is. And, this is a very, very impressive win. App State, some people thought App State were in the mix for a potential playoff spot, right? Battling with Liberty this year. And they got lit up by Clemson, obviously. Brent, I love this new college football schedule on Friday nights with these Fox games. And so we got a triple header tomorrow night. Illinois, Nebraska takes center stage. Matt Rule's turning around this program. Raiola, Patrick Mahomes 2.0, the clone, has been playing great football for them. What do you think about the Friday night slate here with Stanford, Syracuse, Illinois, Nebraska, and Washington State, too? What a story this team is, Brent. Everything that the program has been through coming off the Apple Cup win. Yeah, it was interesting, Brent, actually. I was thinking that watching them when they were playing Colorado, I almost forgot about them, Brent. Like, in a sense, I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot of Memorial Stadium. Oh, yeah, it's hard to play here. And I tweeted out at the time, too, because generations come and go, right? Times change, Brent. And I think a lot of people would be surprised, and I brought up, I said, Colorado and Nebraska used to be one of the fiercest and nastiest rivalries in college football.
Absolutely.
And Nebraska were perennial national champion contenders, guys.
Right.
Like they're one of these teams that's sort of like, stuck in the past in a way, but Matt Rule's sort of trying to bring this back right now. And I tell you what, if you look at their schedule, there's no reason why they can't win a lot of games this year. Brent, disaster in Florida, though. Let's just quickly talk about this. Every week it just seems to get worse for the Florida Gators right now. What's the talk in Jacksonville about Napier now?
There's a lot of talk. I can tell you some real. Listen, for the first time since I've been here since 1985. This is a worse situation. The Jaguars are winless. Florida State is winless. And the Gators might as well be winless. Trey Wilson, they're probably their best speed guy, had knee surgery, so he's out for quite a while at this point. And look, all kinds of speculation with what to do with Billy Napier at this point. Gabe, keep this in mind. They've got, Mississippi State this weekend, and State struggling like they are. Then they've got a week off. I'm hearing different things. I don't know yet. There's some talk about would they do something as far as letting Billy Napier go during the off week, but they really don't have anybody on that staff who could be the interim. We've heard rumors about Urban Meyer wanting to come back and be the interim, something of that effect, but they may end up going with Napier throughout the rest of the season. But I think these next 2 weeks, Gabe, are going to be crucial for that club.
Man, there's all kinds of crazy rumors. You got to love it. College football. Urban Meyer, for the record, I saw, he said his quote was, "That ship has sailed," about him returning to Florida, but we'll see. And I don't know, Brent, I saw that you would know better, but I saw that Florida State think that Marcus Freeman is their guy potentially. Even though he's at Notre Dame, there was like, you know what, Florida State like Marcus Freeman, keep your eye on this. Is that a reality check? Is that something to keep your eye on?
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't think Mike Norvell is going anywhere, frankly. I mean, they gave him an extension and a raise last year after winning the conference and having an undefeated regular season. So, I mean, he's going to have some equity out of that, doesn't he?
At least one, yes.
But Gabe, to me, the real problem this year, and they've got several, their defensive line is not anywhere where we thought it would be. We thought they'd have one of the best defensive lines in the nation. DJ Uiagalelei it just hasn't worked. And it really makes you wonder if they go to Brock Glenn at least a little bit just to shape things up somewhat. But I'm telling you that they miss Benson, they miss Johnny Wilson.
They probably wish that Tate Rodgers are still there, Brent. We're going to a break here, but name the kid that transferred to Southern Miss. More with Brent Beard on the other side. Well, I want to get into that Cal FSU game. I can tell you, man, the natives are going to get real upset if they lose to Cal.
You may not believe it, but it's possible to win too much. Quick, what's your youngest kid's name? See? You're safe. Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
Think of it like this. You can either CYA or you can CYO. As in, cover your eyes. Because if you don't CYO, you're going to have to CYA with a wife. Giving you the info you need to CYO. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
We're still at the half right now, although the second half is coming up from MetLife Stadium. 14-3 for the New York Jets. They missed I'm not going to say it was a chip shot, but what was it? It was a 45-yard field goal that really wasn't close, and weather's not a factor at MetLife Stadium tonight. The Patriots get the ball to start the second half. We'll keep our eye on this. We got you up to date with the college football game, but just the updated number right now, the Jets are minus 13.5. The total is 35.5. The Jets are minus 2,200 on the money line, so 22-1 on the money line, 10-1 plus 1,000 on the Patriots. And man, as in the immortal words of Keith Jackson, Brent Beard with us. Whoa, Nelly! South Alabama scores again, Brent. 41-7 right now.
Wow.
Man, between this and the drilling that Clemson gave them, they're going to start getting mad at in App State country right now in the mountains. Yeah. I tell you that.
Yeah, they're enjoying sliding down the hill. Have you seen that so far?
Yeah, have fun with that. Yeah. Have fun with that. It's the last thing I want to do, Brent, is slide down a hill. If I slide down a hill, Brent, it's because I had too many drinks and I didn't mean to do it.
Absolutely not.
It happened to me, Brent. It happened to me going into a hockey game at the Stanley Cup Finals. I was walking. I tried to take a shortcut through like this sort of like grassy knoll, literally and figuratively. Yeah. So I just slid down. My nice, perfect hockey jersey, big clunk of mud on the shoulder. I'm like, I don't know how I got mud going to a hockey game on myself, but I did somehow. Yeah, they're rolling down the hills there.
Yeah, really.
Let me ask you, Brett. So you brought up FSU, and obviously, you know, they're in freak-out mode, but it was a great year last year, and I wouldn't be running Norvell out of the building right now. But without being stated, this Cal football team, a lot better. All these Pac-12 teams that were forgotten about and dissed are all playing good football. And Cal, another one, he's a really good coach up there in Berkeley. But, you know, they play defense. They're a smart football team. Brent, they already won in SEC country and beat Auburn. I know this is a step up as far as talent is concerned, but I don't think they're going to be intimidated going into Tallahassee, this Cal team. And that's going to be a sore spot if they lose to Cal, because Cal aren't exactly known as a football powerhouse.
No, but I'm with you. Look, Justin Wilcox in that group, they're defensive savants. I mean, these guys are really tremendous defensive players. Now, Javion Thomas, their running back for Cal, has also played well. Jaden Ott, one of the better running backs in the nation, still has not gotten well yet, and hopefully he'll be able to. This is something in the game to pay attention to, and it's a little thing, but it may be a bigger thing. Alice Atkins, their offensive coordinator, was suspended for 3 games. He's back for this game, Gabe. So having your offensive coordinator back, will that help, particularly DJ Uiagalelei? Well, we'll wait and see, but I wanted to mention that because that could be a factor in that game.
So a couple of games in a week, and we're coming up against, we have a mini segment. We'll keep Brett for one more segment. We'll get Cam Stewart back. We have Dave Delano joining us. We got George Kurtz stepping up and in as well still tonight. So I'll ask you about this one. On the other side, we'll hit the SEC games. Michigan, the defending national champions. No shame in losing to Texas. Texas are now the number 1 ranked team in the country. You know, obviously they're a very dangerous team. But this is it. You can't lose again if you're Michigan. You can lose again maybe down the road, right, to an Ohio State or something. But their season's on the line here, and a lot of pageantry, similar to Tennessee going into to Norman, their first SEC game for Oklahoma. You know, CBS, they're all over this one, Brent. USC, Michigan, first is USC's first game in the Big Ten. The Rose Bowl rivalry and history between the two teams has been, you know, obviously well documented. Very, you know, as far as football pageantry is concerned, it's a big game. And as far as the playoffs are concerned, no one was talking about USC. USC win this game. They're in this conversation right now, Brent, really? Like 100%. And Michigan win this game. Suddenly, Michigan are back on track. Big game at the Big House. Who do you like?
Look, here's the thing with this game, too. Is Orgy the guy, Gabe? I'm thinking out loud here. I mean, that they're going to put him at quarterback.
Warren was not the guy. We know that, Brett, that they couldn't win with Warren, so they had to make I'm almost thinking, what about Tuttle? He's another kid that's been there for like 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Orgy, I don't understand how they didn't develop more of a passing attack with Orgy over the years. People on the
I
team.
agree with that.
Like, I don't understand this.
Yeah.
All right, one more segment with Brent on the other side.
Yes.
Thursday night football, 14-3. In-game total down to 34.5 now.
Look, we're not saying the other sports gaming stations aren't strong.
But we're pretty sure they all have lace on their underwear.
Don't screw around. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, does Bryce Young suck? Yes, he sucks. He's too small. He doesn't have any talent to work around him, but it's a team effort. The Carolina Panthers defense is terrible. It's not like, oh, God, if the Carolina Panthers only had a quarterback, they'd be good. Look at all the ridiculously stupid moves that the Carolina Panthers have made. It's like, oh, we need players. You had Christian McCaffrey.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Grady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
This is the Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
NASA's launching muscular mice into space to help astronauts survive the trip to Mars. In zero gravity, the human body immediately starts losing muscle and bone mass. Astronauts on long missions do lots of exercise to try to keep themselves fit. Ouch. NASA's genetically modifying mice to induce insane muscle and bone growth and launching them to the ISS to test if bioengineering can stop muscle and bone loss by inhibiting genetically the natural atrophy from floating around in zero G.
Now this is the plan. Get your to Mars.
Guess what? It worked! So if you're planning on going to Mars,
all we want to do is you are.
Follow me at G Capalbo on Twitter and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Here I come to save the day.
These days, it's hard to find something you can invest in. Crypto?
That's not where we're going with this, Sporto.
The most valuable commodity is information.
That's where we come in.
We're your trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. Sports Rage, NFL Game Day continues. I am Morency. Looking up right now, I guess we're into, well, what level 3? We're rolling along here. 4-hour shows on Monday and Thursday, 2-hour shows on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I know it's hard to keep up. Brent Beard with us. Let me ask you, Brent, actually. You're from Alabama, you live in Florida, but I know you're an Atlanta Brave fan.
Yes.
What about NFL? Are you a Falcon fan or are you a Jaguar fan? You live in Jacksonville. Who's your NFL team? You're a college guy, but who's your NFL team?
I grew up a Green Bay Packer fan. Frankly, some of that was because you remember Bart Starr was a legendary quarterback for the Packers years ago. I tell you who I really like right now are the Houston Texans. What Stroud has done, what Will Anderson has done. You and I both said when Will Anderson gets to the NFL, he's going to be a beast. And they've made tremendous progress at this point.
Stingley Jr.
I'll be honest with you.
Another SEC guy?
Yeah. The Jaguars may end up they may start 0-4 because I think they'll lose to the Bills. And I think after that, that they'll lose to Houston too. It's a rough start for them right now.
What's the talk in Jacksonville about Trevor Lawrence? Like, is the blame going? Where's the point? The finger being pointed at early in the season, and I bring this up because, quite frankly, we see how critical everybody is of NFL quarterbacks, including their own teams.
Yes.
The production hasn't overly been there for Trevor Lawrence. The weapons are there. That next step, that next level hasn't been there for a guy that just got a $250 million contract.
Yeah, I agree with that. Brian Thomas from LSU has helped him as a rookie. Now, Calvin Ridley has left. Here's the thing with Jacksonville. Gabe, they just don't have an offensive line. That they cannot protect him. He's running for his life. They can't really run the way they want to be able to run with ETN. So, one of their best tight ends got hurt, so he's out for this game at this point. So
Engram's going to be out for this game officially. Evan Engram, yeah,
he is, yes. But look, you hit it, $55 million, and frankly, they are not seeing a lot of improvement in the passing game right now. Yes.
So Brent is a Heisman Trophy voter. And I tell you what, one guy that I think is going to have a seat in New York right now is the quarterback for the Tennessee Volunteers. And this is a massive showcase special here on Saturday night, right, in Norman. So you got the Josh Heupel returning back to Norman. I saw that Stoops isn't doing interviews this week because he's close to Heupel, right? He's close to Oklahoma, and he's close to, so there's just sort of this whole, it's an interesting dynamic here going back there. But, man, this Tennessee Volunteer offense, they're ruthless. Absolutely ruthless, Brent. I thought he was a dark horse for the Heisman to begin with, but Squirrel White also just having a great year in this offense. What do you think happens in Norman, Oklahoma? We got offense versus defense here.
Yeah,
even though it's in Norman, I just don't know if the Sooners are going to be able to keep up with this offense.
Look, if Tennessee gets ahead 10 or 14 points in Oklahoma, and Jackson's improved as far as where the Oklahoma is, but they've got offensive line troubles too. Jackson's been sacked already 9 times. That's 3 times a game.
Brett, 5 new starters, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, but look, Tennessee. This is the best Tennessee team that I've seen in quite a while. And Gabe, that the 2 things here. Nico gets all the credit, but Dylan Sampson at running back, frankly, is a guy to me that's been so impressive. And their defense with James Pierce, it just frankly been very, very good. I'm with you, Gabe. I think Tennessee wins this game by 10 or 14 points before it's over.
That's what makes Tennessee scary, guys. They're one of these teams with the lethal offense, but they play D. I remember a couple of years ago they didn't, but you can notice, they got better on the defensive line, and James Pierce projected to be the top defensive player taken in the upcoming NFL draft. Brent Beard with us. So, Brent, I agree with you. I think it's a tough spot for Oklahoma. You got UCLA and LSU, somewhat of a revenge game, so to speak. LSU lost when they went to the Rose Bowl a couple of years ago. And other than that, you got Ole Miss, Georgia Southern this week, Texas with Arch Manning against UL Monroe. It's the calm before the storm with Georgia and Alabama coming up. And you got Arkansas and Auburn this week in the SEC.
Yeah. Listen, that's a game I'm looking at. That now, Hank Brown is the quarterback now at Auburn. How long is he going to go with Peyton Thorne out? Taylor Green. Bobby Petrino has done a good job with his offense.
And that offense is dangerous. Yeah, they can't stop anybody. They can't, but they can't stop anybody on the other side of the ball. I like Arkansas here. That's my gut feel, Brett, that Arkansas are better than Auburn. What do you think?
I would agree with that, even though the game's at Auburn. And look, Hank Brown, they beat New Mexico with him last week. Can they beat Arkansas with him this week is going to be the question with this. Now, Auburn needs Jarquez Hunter to play like he did last week. He got basically over 150 yards. He ran tough. He ran through tackles. Can that happen again at this point? Two of the better running backs in the league at Auburn and also at Arkansas. And I'm with you. I think this is one of the best games of the day.
Brett, you talked about the state of football in one of the most football-mad states in the country, if not in the state of Florida, with the Jags struggling. Tua gets hurt with the Dolphins. The Florida Gators are a train wreck. Florida State can't beat anybody. We can go on. The Jags struggling, but the Miami Hurricanes are not. So the Miami Hurricanes are on the map right now, and the Cam Ward hype train continues to grow. But what do you think about this game against South Florida? South Florida play Alabama tough all the time. Can they play Miami tough here?
I think they can. But Brown, their quarterback in South Florida, is really good. Naquan Wright played at Florida. He is their running back for South Florida. The game's in Tampa. That's going to be fascinating to see. I like this Miami team. Cam Ward's who we thought he would be. The arm angles that he throws the ball, Gabe, is similar to what you see in some NFL quarterbacks. But the Martinez kid who transferred in, now they need to get.
And speaking of old lines, Brent,
yes.
They have a great old line, the Canes.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Oh yeah. And look, Xavier Restapro is a really good wide receiver for them. Look, that they put it all together. And your point's a good one. Along with UCF and Gus Malzahn, those two teams are the best two teams in Florida right now.
Brent Beard with us. Brent, we've got, I think we had about a minute left here on the way out. I'll ask you about an interesting football game. Utah and Oklahoma State, Brent. Yeah. I tell you what, I thought Arkansas really let Oklahoma State off the hook. Arkansas really could have, should have won that football game on the road.
Absolutely. No doubt.
But give credit to Oklahoma State for coming back and winning. Now you get Utah rolling in here, and it's unfortunate for Cam Rising. And, that he keeps on getting hurt all the time. What do you think about this Oklahoma State and Utah game?
Yeah, if Rising was really healthy, that would be a different story for me. But still, here's my question with this. Utah still is a very physical football team. I've said this for years. Utah could be in the SEC, and they'd be comfortable there because their line of scrimmage is so physical. And I love Whittingham and what he's done there. But Gabe, it's kind of like Oklahoma and Tennessee. The reality here, it is if Oklahoma gets ahead by a couple of touchdowns, then Utah catch up.
Brent Beard, always a pleasure, my man. Thanks for the time, Brent.
Glad to do it, bud. Take care.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to SportsGrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Pharrell Coast to Coast.
You go to the playoffs and lose. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. They're not that good offensively. Again, they are boring offensively. Their offense sucks. And it sucked under Canada. It sucks under Art Smith. They obviously win with defense. And they win with TJ Watt. That's why they win.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge. The SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts, in-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Everything you need to get the winning edge.
Right here.
All the time.
No wonder the wife says you never listen to her.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Touchdown, Jets. Garrett Wilson. We're a Stevenson touchdown away from hitting that 9-1 same-game parlay shot. That Hall scores a touchdown, Wilson scores a touchdown, and Stevenson scores a touchdown. So let's try to get a Stevenson touchdown. Although I don't know if they can get a first down, let alone a touchdown. Thanks to Brett Beard. Yeah, I really regret not taking the Jets in the Circus Survivor tonight. It crossed my mind. I thought about it. Then, the deal was, I was like, it's early in the season. I figured the Jets, I wanted to give them a little bit of a chance to get good because they could be a good team. I still have them in my back pocket down the road, so it's not the end of the world here. And I didn't want to just force it because it was Thursday, but I really did think the Jets would win this game, Cam. And here we are right now. They're going to cover the spread too. And I was going to take them into contest minus the points too. I even loaded the page up. But I saw the Jordan Love stuff. Is he playing? Is he not playing? And I like the Jets, but I didn't want to force my other 4 picks this morning. That was my deal. I was like, I like the Jets, but I'm really not locked in on my other 4 yet. So, it is what it is. It's easy to cry about it now. But we're on the Jets monetarily wise. We'll make some money off of this. But coulda, shoulda, woulda, didn't. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gabe. I did the same thing with my game of the week pool. You get bonus points for picking a team, and I had Jets there, and I didn't send the text, and I felt good about it. I know I'm really glad you convinced me too, because I needed that extra voice to say, divisional game, whatever. But I just had the feeling like too many people like New England as spotters. Wow, is Drake May going to get in this game? Or I see him warming up on the sidelines anyway. You're right. We need that Stevenson touchdown. But I will say this: they also had a bet boost, and a lot of the time they're sucker plays, but. Wilson was plus 250 for an anytime touchdown. It's a great price. A lot of the time, plus 130, plus 150. So that cashes as well. And hopefully we can, get some more points by the Jets. Sorry, I thought he was throwing the ball on the sidelines. I'm like, why would you come in a situation like this? So it doesn't make any sense. 21.
Well, this accelerates the Drake May stuff, right?
Yes.
And let's be real. Jacoby Brissett is just holding, keeping a seat warm. But as you stated, this is not the spot to do it with this Jet defense just teeing off. This isn't Brissett's fault. You know what I mean?
Oh.
They don't have anyone to throw the football to. You know what? I'll give credit, actually, to the Patriots for this, Cam. Look at what Bryce Young and stuff. That's why I brought it up earlier, actually, with Dave Martinez, actually. I said, Bryce Young could play later in the year again, right? Just because he's not playing right now doesn't mean that he's done. His career is done. And the Patriots were smart. Drake May's a stud. Here's a big play for
Henry.
There's a big play for the No, it's Hooper.
It's Hooper. Call me Mr. Hooper. I'm like, why isn't it Henry?
Hooper and Henry. They got Hooper and Henry at tight end. It's freaking Hooper. I don't know who the hell. Thanks, Hooper, for ball hogging there.
Austin Hooper. Wasn't he he's like the Falcons and Browns? Austin Hooper, much traveled. Third string tight end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yes, he did.
They have nobody. They have a bunch of sort of cast-offs and whatever. So my point is, if you look at a kid like Bryce Young, he's dropping back to pass. His offensive line sucks. He's got Adam Thielen's his number 1 wide receiver. He's got Deontay Johnson, whatever. He's screwed, right? There's no one open. It happens so fast. It's just falling apart. Jacoby Brissett is basically the tackling dummy. He knows. It's all right, I got no one to throw the ball to. I'm a vet. I've been in the league for a long time, but the check is clearing. Yes. Right? I'm making money. And it's a job, and he knows he's keeping the seat warm. Drake May, though, will eventually get in this year, as he should. And May's a stud. Like the thing with May is he just needs to play. Like a lot of these North Carolina keep on having good college quarterbacks. And so they always wait their turn, right? And it's like, one guy into the next guy. Like Howell was a really good college quarterback.
Was.
Trubisky was a really good quarterback at North Carolina. May was, May though is, I'm not going to call him Josh Allen, but there's something you could tell with May. There's a spark off his football. Like when he throws it, it's like, whoa, like you could tell. And man, they get saved. The Jets, like the Patriots just threw another incomplete pass, but there's another flag. So the Patriots are moving the ball here, guys. They're about to punch it in potentially, which would help this teaser a lot because you get the touchdown here, guys, 21-10. Another field goal gets the teaser to the overcam. And maybe if they can get a first down or like inside the 5 here, we can get that Stevenson touchdown and hit the plus 900.
Still mad at Greg.
Oh, no,
the
penalty's on.
Oh, it's on the Patriots? For what?
Holding.
Yeah.
There's penalties on both teams.
Yeah, the old double penalty replay down. Anyway, I don't like Greg the Legs miss because if we would have had that, we'd have 27 right now, and a touchdown either way is perfect for the teaser. But there's a lot of football left. Hey, there's 4 minutes and 26 seconds left in the third quarter. We're going to be fine. I think this game's going to go over. The Jets are going to cover, and everything's going to be all right. I feel good about this game tonight, actually. Very good.
I like a Stevenson touchdown here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 21-3. New England Patriots setting up shop, big play. Here's another flag, but it's going to be on the Jets. And there's another play to Hooper. God, Hooper's eating up. Where's Henry? Hooper's another one.
Yes, Hooper. Oh man.
Salah thinks it's on. Salah thinks it's on the. And it is.
Yeah, it's holding on Wallace. Set number 7.
Holding on New England. I thought it was going to be on the Jets.
Nope.
I think New England thought it was on the Jets, actually. And in fact, some sports books think it's on the Jets. They got the Patriots listed as first and goal. They have to readjust that. Man, now the Patriots just shooting themselves in the foot. All right, let's get the long field goal prop.
There are two kinds of people in the world.
Those that listen to SportsGrid and those that blame their losses on zodiac signs.
Get the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Kaplan and crew.
When I see lazy work on ESPN, I can't take it. You know who they had as the game of the night? The Yankees and the Mariners. A game that ended 11-3, I think. Listen, man, if you want to show your East Coast bias, and I know a lot of people may not care about this, but I do. Mm-hmm. If you want to show your East Coast bias, just come on the show and say, hey, in New York, if y'all were asleep last night, this is what happened to the Yankees.
It's Kaplan and crew with Scott Kaplan, Alex Padilla, and John Browner. Weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Getting the winning edge is dead simple. There's no fees, forms, pre-enrollment tests, classes, dress codes, or background checks.
All you gotta do is listen.
And you're already doing that.
Stay simple. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The New England Patriots are moving to football, and they had 3 penalties in a row. They put themselves at a 4th and 26, and they took themselves out of field goal range even. I was hoping for the long field goal prop potentially to hit there, but Jacoby Brissett's getting murdered back there. We were just talking about it too. So as I was saying, like Bryce Young, he gets thrown out there. He doesn't have a chance, right? And then he gets thrown under the bus after, oh, he's no good. Let's draft someone else. We weren't winning games with him. Malik Willis is a good example. And people do when they talk about Malik Willis. Malik Willis played in 3 games, guys. He played 3 games. He started 3 games, Malik Willis, right? He was 1 and 2 as a starter. And people, oh, Malik Willis, right? Like his career is defined after 3 games with one team. So where I'm going with this is the New England Patriots are smart, right? They could have rolled Drake May out here. They'll get this. Imagine it was Drake May right now. He would have been sacked like 12 times. Brissett at least knows, oh, I better get rid of the ball here. He'd get sacked like 1,000,000 times. His confidence would get shot. People would think he sucks. He's got no one to throw the football to. George, I give credit to the Patriots for actually showing patience with May and knowing we'll ease him in on with a soft landing at some point in the season, but he'll get murdered and killed out there. So they're smart to let Jacoby Brissett get killed out there right now. You know, May would have no one to throw the football to.
They don't have a lot of weapons, right? Or any weapons. Outside of Stevenson, there's not much here. All right, so I kind of agree with you. Let Brissett take his lumps here. I think the season for New England on offense is just to get May in there at some point to get the rookie blues over. You know, you're going to lose, I don't know, 12 games, 11 games. You're not going to the playoffs, bottom line here. So let him get his rookie blues over at some point, whenever you think that point might be, week 6, week 8, and then you go into next season. Hopefully you're going to sign some wide receivers, you're going to draft a wide receiver, a tight end, whatever it might be. And obviously from what we're seeing here tonight, maybe some offensive linemen would help too.
It's always, if you can, let's get Kurtz's. Actually, you know what? We're coming up against a break here in a couple of minutes, so you can fix it at the. Sounds like we're a little distant. It needs a reset. But I'm looking at the Patriots schedule, and it's tough. I mean, after this game, they play the San Francisco 49ers in San Francisco. You're not starting Drake May on the road at San Francisco. Then they host the Dolphins. They host the Texans. They host the Jags. They host the Jets. They have 4 home games in a row, actually, a full month of home games. Here's the perfect spot, guys, for May, George. It is December the 3rd against the Tennessee Titans. You're on the road. After that, you're at the Bears. You're versus the Rams, at Dolphins, at Colts.
November 3rd.
Sorry, November the 3rd. Yeah, 11. So November the 3rd. There's the perfect time for him. He gets half a season in, essentially, and you know what I mean? You're not throwing him. Like I said, you're not throwing, and I wouldn't pull Jacoby now anyways. You know that's not their plan, but San Francisco, you're not starting a rookie quarterback on the road in Santa Clara for his first ever game on a bad team. And they're not going to pull up, you know, like I said, looking at the schedule, George, it seems to me that Titans game is a good spot for them. November the 3rd.
Will they want to start him, though, back-to-back road games? I might wonder that. That's at Tennessee, at Chicago.
That's true, at Chicago, yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, but at some point, you got to take the training wheels off, right?
I agree. Gabe, I don't think Brissett will make it that long. All right? I don't think they're going to have a choice. I think sooner or later, Brissett
he might get hurt. You're right.
Right, and that's it. So, you're not starting him next week against San Fran. I can see Miami, so if they lose next week as well, which, hey, San Fran has nobody left, right? Kittle's gone, Debo's gone, CMC's gone. I don't know who's going to be left there.
You're right. That's a good point. Jacoby could get murdered in San Francisco this week. Back-to-back beatings. Like, it's a good point.
So I'm wondering if you're 1-3, maybe that Miami game. I know it's a divisional rivalry game, but it's at home, and Miami doesn't have the greatest of defenses, and it's going to be Skylar Thompson, right, at quarterback here. Could be a game there. I wonder if that's the game they'll do it, because if they are big believers in starting the rookie quarterback at home.
You know, too, the fans are going to start to call for him, right? And even Kraft will say, all right. You know what I mean? Like, once the season's sort of gone, they're not going to pull the plug at 1-2. Let's say 1-4, that Miami game. But like, a good point by Kurtz, though. I thought Jacoby was hurt at one point tonight, George, once when he was pretty slow to get up once. So
he's taking a beating.
It looks like May. He is taking a beating. That's what he's getting paid for, because they don't want to get May killed, which I said is kind of somewhat smart. Are you on? I'm on the Jets tonight. I laid the points with the Jets. I have them on the money line. I got them to close a parlay out with what I take. Oh, you'll like this, George. It was a random Vancouver Whitecaps, MLS. I took the Whitecaps plus 1 goal in-game, actually, on the Asian handicap. So it was actually, we hit that, and we have the Jets on the money line here.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes,
I need
has
no more
not filed
points.
tax
Go
returns,
away.
and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You want to be an expert on sports gaming and take the winning edge with you?
There's an app for that.
Download the SportsGrid mobile app for gaming strategies and information wherever you go.
Aren't you sick of Candy Crush yet?
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, there's a video circulating right now. Robert Salah went to congratulate and hug Aaron Rodgers after something. I don't know what was it, after a play. I don't know, like the sequence, but Aaron Rodgers on the sideline, and Salah sort of tries to put his hands around him and his arms around him. Aaron Rodgers says something and pushes him off. He went like Perry Farrell, Jane's Addiction style on the guy, which I thought was a work, actually, but I guess the singer of Jane's Addiction is just a jerk. and melting down, couldn't handle a reunion tour, so that's why he pushed the guitars. Turned out he was pissed off that the band was too loud all the time, that his vocals weren't cutting through, and I guess the band basically told him, because you kind of suck and we can't turn it down. We're a hard rock metal band, so you're gonna have to like be able to sing louder. That's what that story was. But we got an injury with the Jets on their offensive line. Looks like a bad one too.
Moses.
That's the type of stuff, George. You're winning 21-3, but sometimes, you know, these injuries in the games can really hurt you down the road, man.
He got rolled up on right from behind.
Moses.
Not terrible, but that leg bent. Oh, man. On that second replay, man, that leg bent.
Yeah, he's a big dude, bro, too. His knees, like, you know what I mean? That's not.
But it looked like a bent mid-calf, man. Like,
yeah, sort of.
Like, that's.
He's in a lot of pain.
Yeah, wish the best there.
He's hurt. Like, I could tell right away, George. He's hurt. Like, yeah. Like, you can, now all the players are around him. They just cut to a commercial break and everything. He's hurt. I think, like George said, I think he broke his leg.
Replay. Yeah, it wasn't Joe Theismann, but it wasn't pretty either.
Are you queasy when it comes to that stuff?
No, I'm the guy who wants to see it, actually. I make good, but I want to see it. Remember what was the injury? Oh, Nick Chubb. Remember Nick Chubb? They wouldn't show us last year. I had to go online and find that because I wanted to see exactly what it was. Listen, I think it's also part of our business, right? Because we need to know what the injury is.
I agree with you in the sense I've always felt that way, that no matter how gruesome, unless it's a death, like, you know what I mean? You know, and you don't want to, really freak people out, kids and stuff. But I've always thought, George, you're news. It's sort of news. Like, you know what I mean? You got to show it. Like, I don't like, you know what I mean? I don't want to sound ghoulish, but when they say, well, it's too, we can't show, we're not going to show you the injury. And now, George, they're to the point where it's like, all right, the guy broke his arm. Well, you're not going to show us. He's a football player, okay? And I don't want to sound like it's, like, no, just say, all right, we're going to, and then you don't like glorify it and show it 100 times, but say, this is what happened. We already showed it. It's on our website if you want to see it, right? But I kind of find it, putting your head in the sand a little bit when you're like, well, we can't show this. Like, what are we doing? And I don't like Twitter now with the death videos and all kinds of fights all the time and stuff like that. But when it comes to this, some of them are kind of gruesome. Though the Theismann was bad. It was a really bad one was Moises Alou at first base, Cliff Floyd at first base.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, remember, like, the arm was, like, dangling type thing? You get some nasty ones.
I don't like hockey ones because that's generally a lot of blood, teeth, and everything else when you get cut by a skate or you get hit in the mouth with a puck. Those I don't like.
The hockey one, the only one I think is like the one, like when the goalie got kicked. Yeah, exactly. That's like, whoa. Like, the guy's dying on the ice here. Like, you can't just leave the camera on him.
Was it Evander Kane got cut on the wrist a couple of years ago? That was bleeding profusely. That wasn't fun.
Man, a guy died in Europe last year, George, in a league.
Yeah.
Got cut. Like, that's why some of the guys are wearing.
I don't know whatever happened. Yeah, because that guy got charged.
He did it on purpose. You're right. Remember, he kicked his leg up and he said, no, I didn't do it on purpose. But the guy turned out he was a dirty player that did this stuff all the time.
I wonder what happened in that case. Over still being
it's still going. I think it was in Italy. It takes forever there. Remember the Amanda Knox stuff? It takes a long time.
Yeah.
I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's going to take a while. Like that case. All right, George, how you feeling about the Cowboys and the Ravens game?
Well, it's interesting, right? The Ravens had a lot of problems on their offensive line last week, especially the right side of the offensive line. If the Cowboys can take advantage of that, maybe they can keep Derrick Henry in check. But the Cowboys have no defensive tackles. Gabe, can you play DT? If you can, go down to Dallas because they don't have
I'm not big enough. I'll get pushed around. I'll get hurt.
Listen, you're as big as they have. All right, they just took Calvin Watkins of the Giants practice squad today. They don't have any DTs. All right, so Derrick Henry's going to run the ball. I'm going to be big on.
I know my limitations, George. Like, if you told me we need a backup goalie or something, and I'll be like, yeah, fine, whatever, all right, like, let's go. Like, you know what I mean? Football, I'll be like, no, I'm not doing that. What sport do you think you could step in? Even baseball, like, I wouldn't want to stand in a batter's box against a Major League Baseball pitcher. I'll tell you that.
I'd be afraid.
At least we admit it. The people talk smack. Yeah, I'd be like, no, I'm not standing. Imagine like Aroldis Chapman. He doesn't even know where the ball is going. And we're not Major League Baseball players. They can move faster than us out of the way, George. Like, we'd just be screwed. Like, the ball would come, we wouldn't have time to move.
I'll take a shot against Waldron, the knuckleballer. Okay, I wouldn't mind that. He's not going to kill me. All right,
I agree. I think I could hit a knuckleball. I think I could hit.
We might be better at it because we're not used to that speed anyway. Although he throws a decent '80s knuckleball, so I probably couldn't hit it anyway.
Yeah.
Hockey, right? I played backup goaltender as well. I was a defenseman mainly, so I could skate. I don't want to get hit, so I guess I don't want to get hit with a 100-mile-an-hour slap shot either. By the way, but I guess goaltender would be the one thing. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, you give up 1 million goals. That's it.
You
could get hurt too, but no, like football's another animal. So the Jets are rolling. But I'll say this, George, I like the Ravens in this game.
Same here.
I think the Ravens are better than the Cowboys are.
So do we.
I think the Cowboys. The deal is though with me, I don't like Todd Monken. And if you're the Ravens, we've seen the recipe is just run the ball down the Cowboys' throats. And look, they got pushed around by the Saints offensive line last week. Physical football, I don't know, but we say this all the time about Baltimore, and they never do it. They ran the ball 6 times in the playoffs last year. They were the number 1 ranked rushing team in the NFL, George. They ran the ball 6 times in the playoff game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, they learned their lesson. Yeah, they're going to run the ball in the first game of the year. No, they didn't. Right? No, they didn't. They didn't against the Raiders last week. Couldn't kill the clock. Like, they don't give the ball to Henry ever. Like, Todd Monken, bro, he's as bad as Nate Hackett is, this guy. He's bad.
I think the best thing I can say about Monken is that he tries to outthink himself. Well, they know we're going to run the ball, so we won't do that. We'll catch him off guard. They should be running Henry. I mean, you don't even have to worry about running outside, right up the gut. A gap, B gap. Make the Cowboys stop you. I don't think Dallas can not consistently. They're going to have to bring a safety down so you get 8-man boxes. Then you got Lamar Jackson going over the top. All right, trying to hit Zay Flowers on bigger plays here. That's what I would do. And work Andrews over the middle. Dallas is not good versus tight ends either here. That's how I would work it if I'm Baltimore. For the Cowboys, we know they don't have a running game. Right? That's non-existent there, and they knew that going in. You better find a way to get Lamb open more consistently against double teams because there's nobody else there who's a threat. Jay, I think Ferguson will play for the Cowboys, which is big here, but I don't think he'll be 100% here. Dallas may run a lot of 2 tight end sets. I think your boys, Schumacher, looked good last week. I think they want to get him on the field more with Ferguson to maybe present that as a threat to Baltimore.
Yeah, that's another problem with the Cowboys. The lack of talent on the offensive side of the football is allowing teams to key in on CeeDee Lamb. Who do you like in the NFL this week, George? What are your best bets?
Certainly not the Cowboys. I'm on the Ravens this week. I think the Cleveland Giant game is going to be a low-scoring game here. All right. I don't see how really it could be any kind of different there. So I'll be on the under in that game. I hate taking. I'm on the under tonight, and I hate taking. Now I got to sweat this out for the next quarter here, and it worries me somewhat.
This game's not getting to 40, Kurtz. There's no way in hell. Look, the Jets are in shutdown mode already. The Patriots can't score.
It's 30. I got 38. You got 4. I got 38.5. So what is that? That's 2 touchdowns. Was it 24? Oh, it's 2 touchdowns. They need moving 2 touchdowns. Yeah, you're probably right. I should be good with that as far as that. Ooh. Nice little punch there by Mike Williams, I think. And the ref is looking at it and doesn't do anything. Oh, it wasn't Mike Williams. It was
no, I don't.
18.
Let's see.
Oh, he did call it. The ref did call it. All right, good. Charles. Whoever Charles is.
Slap. He slapped him in the helmet.
Well, we were talking Sunday night with what's his name? Al
Shahir.
Punch. Al Shahir. Didn't he? A punch, headbutt. It's okay, buddy. Do whatever you want.
He got fined. Yeah, you know what's weird? That ref was calling everything all game. Like he saw everything except that somehow. He got fined $11,000 for that today. It's not bad, $11K.
We're relentless. We'll never stop giving you sports gaming strategies and information whenever you want it.
We're kind of nutty about it, actually.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You've got enough going on in your life without having to drown in stats, averages, probabilities, and injury reports.
That's our job. Your job is to just sit there and listen.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
State are killing me, man. I'm on South Alabama. Fine, good. I'm also on the over 62. I got a 61 even. I need one more touchdown. It's 48-7. Who the hell would thought that App State, guys, App State were 7.5-point favorites in this game. And they scored 7 points. And they've given up 48. You want to talk about the New Orleans Saints, man. Forget about the Saints. How about the South Alabama offense? This actually probably, I swear to God, I'm going to get into this later. We got to look this up. Other than, I don't know, like the Houston Cougars with Andre Ware or something like that. Like, what's the most points scored by a college football team in 2 games? If somebody out there listening lets me know, appreciate it. I'll look it up myself as well. We'll try to figure this out. But, George, I bring this up. South Alabama, bro, they scored 87 points last week, right? They won 87 to 10. They had 87 to 10 last week against Northwestern State, and they just scored 48. How many teams score, like, even in college football, George, it's rare that a team scores in the 80s. Like, how many teams have scored, like, so what is it? 87 and 137, so 135. Yeah, 135 points scored in 2 football games, Kurt. So that's got to be a record, bro, or close to it.
You're averaging there, 67.5, something like that. So that's probably close. It's probably not the record. There's probably been 2 wild games that both went to the 80s.
Yeah,
is that the game that you were saying that the other team tapped out? I know I was listening to a show last night.
Yeah. You figure you can't. It's not youth football, but they quit. Both coaches agreed. Both coaches agreed. Like, it was early in the fourth quarter, and they were like, "Listen, all right, let's just wrap it up."
How much? It was early in the fourth, so was still that much time left?
Yeah, they could have got to 100 if they wanted to.
Has anybody ever got
what a
100?
screw job, George, if you laid to 37 points because you were covering by 77. You were up by 77, and you don't win your bet because it doesn't go 55 minutes.
We talked the other day, right? How I wouldn't complain. I never complain about if I lose a bet because a player got hurt. That's part of the gamble. I lose a bet, though, where they're winning 87 or whatever it was, and they,
and they quit.
Both teams decided to quit, or that I don't like.
You wish, George, that the Dallas Cowboys could have said, "Hey, against the Saints, all right, listen, we're done. The bet doesn't count. The bet doesn't count."
I don't like that. I don't. And once again, the game's over. Game's over. That's when the game ends here. So that I would be upset about that. If an injury wouldn't bother me, I think that's part of the gamble. The fact you're saying that, they're winning 87, but now the bet doesn't count because you didn't. Both teams quit. They didn't play 55 minutes, and they quit with at 48 or 50, whatever it was. Yeah, I'd be upset about that.
So Shohei Ohtani, guys, gets to 50, and then he gets to 51. He hit 3 home runs tonight. So it's just an unbelievable performance from Ohtani. Epic stuff. And George, that baseball, obviously, extremely valuable. First time ever in Major League Baseball history, 50-50. And a fan ended up getting it. I don't know if did you see the video of it falling in between and the tables and everyone going under the table to get the ball. But he comes up with the ball. And for the record, the Dodgers asked to meet after, and he did not meet with them.
I think he did meet with them. I think Craig Mish reported he did meet with them. He left after.
He left without, but they weren't going to offer him money.
He took the ball.
No, he didn't. That's the whole thing. Exactly. So did he meet with them and they offer him a bat? I brought it up before and I said, whatever, dude, even though it's so valuable, they're going to offer you like a bunch of memorabilia. They're going to, you know what I mean? He's going to sign this, a jersey, a bat, a hat, blah, blah.
Gold, man, because that ball is mine. I'm selling that ball. I'm not giving that for a bat, a ball, or a jersey and his cleats or whatever else they're going to give me. No. Money.
Probably worth about $2 million in that range.
No one's ever done this, right?
That's what I'm saying.
That's got to be worth a hell of a lot of it. There's no way, like I said, that ball, just like the guy who caught Judge's home run ball. I don't blame him for not giving it to Judge, although I know that guy's a gazillionaire anyway, I believe. But there's no way I'm turning that ball over.
No, not for memorabilia. You know what I would do, though? I would give him the opportunity to match it. But they never want to. They don't do it. Right? I would say, listen, and you just be honest with him. You say, listen, Shohei, I'm a fan, whatever, it's great. But this ball's worth like $2 million. It's life-changing money for me. If you want it, what can you do? And, a jersey obviously is not going to cut it. Right?
Dave, Shohei's only making $2 million this year. He'd be broke.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're making $770, bro. And you know what? With the endorsements, the guy's making like $125 million a year, Kurtz.
I
Like,
would probably
he
even
makes
offer a slight discount to the player. But you're talking instead of
Me
$2 million, 1.8. I'll
no,
take a slight
exactly.
discount to the player. And
Like if he offered me if they cut a check for $1.5 million, like I wouldn't fleece it. Oh, well, let me, to the exact cent of whatever. But I would quickly find out the appraisal of the ballpark figure. And I tell him, listen, it's $2 million and whatever. Give me 1.5 right now. Sign a check right now. Right. You know what I mean? And I'll do it. Stuff like that. Tom Brady was pretty cool with that guy. Remember Mike Evans threw his touchdown. Yep. I think it was his 600 touchdown pass or whatever.
Yeah, doing the stands. Or he gave it away.
Yeah, and Mike Evans caught the ball and threw it in the stands, and Brady was like, no, like after. And the guy was a big Buccaneer fan, season ticket holder, and he met Tom Brady, and Brady hooked him up pretty good though. Like, Brady gave him like $200,000 in Bitcoin. He gave him, I think he gave him the cleats he was wearing when he threw the ball. Like Brady was kind of smart. He was like, all right, I'm not going to screw this guy. So he gave him like the jersey and the cleats that he had with the ball that he threw. He gave him like $250,000 in Bitcoin. He gave him like tickets to the Super Bowl. And he even gave the guy like a Caribbean vacation or something like that. Even a guy lived in Florida. You know what I mean? Like, because I remember Brady got criticized at the time, George, because people were like, oh, Brady gave him all stuff that he's sponsors of. It's like, yeah, so he still did it. Yeah, I don't care. Like Brady could have been like, no, I'm not doing that. No, Brady said whatever. It didn't come out of his, Brady, all right. Remember he was the crypto guy, whatever. So he's like, all right, give him $250,000 in crypto. Give him $250,000 Bitcoin. Give him, you know what I mean? Give him, I'll give him my helmet and this and that. Like, it turned out Buddy was happy. And it turned out it was like a $400,000 package or something. And I guess he could have got like $1 million for the ball, but the guy said, no, I was happy. I met Brady and, you know what I mean? He didn't feel ripped off. 24-3, 10 minutes left. Thanks, George.
My pleasure, guys. Good luck.
This is the Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Are you a 1%er who needs to live large technologically for Thanksgiving? I can help. To the supermarket, take Piaggio's Gita, a $3,200 R2-D2-like cargo bot that obediently follows you home with 40 pounds of bird and fixings. At home, Vikings 18K AI Turbo Chef convection microwave oven delicately cooks your bird to Master Chef perfection in under an hour. You've dropped $25K so far to cook your bird, so obviously there's a $400,000 729 horsepower Lamborghini Aventador supercar out back. And like YouTuber Shmee150, you brown your flightless fowl in its flaming exhaust. Perfection! Follow me at Capalbo on Twitter and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this. Happy Thanksgiving.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
You found it. Sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day.
7 days a week.
The Winning Edge. Right here, right now, all the time.
All you can eat.
Some have even used the word incessant. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
24-3 with 9 minutes left. Cam Stewart will step back up, and then we got Dave Delano going to join us as well. Every time the Patriots sort of start moving the ball, Jacoby Brissett gets sacked. It's been a dominant performance by this Jets defense. Like I said, I regret not taking the Jets in the Circus Survivor. I could have already gotten out of the way and saved the team that I'm going to take for down the road. But I can't start overthinking this stuff, right? Yeah, you can't let it get into your head. So 24-3. We need another touchdown for the teaser to go over the number in this game. And the college football game, wow. We were talking about it. South Alabama. This football team's really putting something together here. Like I said, very similar to the New Orleans Saints. Nobody really paid attention or thought anything. All right, you beat you beat Northwestern. You ended up hanging 87 on them, but now you follow that up by hanging 48 on App State, and we can tell you that App State did score another touchdown, and fortunately did not go for 2 or anything crazy like that after the fact. And we end up hitting the over. We end up squeezing it over. I had a 60.5 here. I had an over 31 in the first half, and I had an over 61.5. So we got to 62. We get there. 48-14 final score. We hit South Alabama as well. And we had the quarterback too as well. The quarterback over 1.5 touchdown passes. I'm looking here right now. Oh, I guess they haven't settled that bet yet. Let me check in on that. Lopez. It was Lopez over 1.5 touchdown passes. I'm assuming it hit considering they scored 48 points tonight, but I'm happy with the turn of events there. I'd like to, you know what? We've got over 31.5. We need another score here. I don't think it's going to happen. We're going to lose the long field goal prop. Man, if Stevenson could score a touchdown, we could hit a 9-1 right now. But shoulda, coulda, woulda, maybe it is what it is. It's 24-3 in this game. We still have about 8 minutes left. 24-3 for the New York Jets. The new in-game total right now is 29.5. So the sports book is expecting potentially another field goal in this game. The problem is the Jets don't care about scoring, and the Patriots don't know how to score. And I should say they can't score on this defense. This defensive line is murdering them. Cam Stewart back in the house. One more touchdown gets this teaser to the over, Cam, but I don't know if it's going to get there.
I don't think it's going to get there either, Gabe. I got to be honest with you. I'm mad about the team total with Greg the Leg there because that's 27. It was 26.5. Small play. Great call by you on South Alabama. Right, yeah. Great call by you on South Alabama. If you said outright by 34, what was the alternate line? Probably 20 for them to win. So they're a 7.5 point dog. They win by 34. The question I have to you is, what'd you get that total at? Because 62.5, 62, 61.5.
I just went over right my numbers.
Yeah.
I had a 60.5 and a 61.5. So I won by half a point and one. Yeah, if they would have went for 2 or missed the extra point, I would have been screwed.
Yeah, no, good for you. Hey,
I just said it before you came on. I said, well, hey, I won by half a point. Good. Of course it was, happens tonight, but.
I'm with you though. I can't watch the show when I get logged out, or else I'll knock everybody off. But I'm going to say this, Morency, hey, breaks work for you, breaks work against us. You expect Zerline to miss a kick like that? No, but in college, I got to be honest with you. What the hell happened to App State, buddy? I know you guys like this game a lot, and I only did a teaser because you and Babano were both on it, but I had no idea total whatever.
Babano was on App State.
He was on App State? Oh, I thought he was on the over in the game. Okay. Oh my God.
I think he was leaning. I think he liked the over, but I don't think he was very committed, but I think he was leaning. I don't think he liked South Alabama. I don't think he was impressed.
This is another.
I didn't go crazy on it either. I didn't take him on the money line. My big thing was that, this game's going over, and it did go over, but barely. You know what it was, Cam? I know App State, and it's basically just betting on them so much in the past. They're a bad favorite, bro.
They are.
They're you want App State as an underdog. You want App State the train has left the station with App State. It used to be take App State plus 20 against the Powers. They're overrated now, and also to me it was pretty alarming, Cam, that they gave up 66 points to Clemson. Clemson beat them 66-20. So And, we went over their games last night. If you look, like pretty much everyone scored on them this year. North Texas scored on them. Like everyone's been scoring on App State. So, and I figured I put stock in South Alabama having a good offense. Like, I don't think they're a clown show. Brent Beard was with us. People don't realize it. South Alabama's coaches are like all Alabama assistants. Yeah. Like they're not a clown show. Like they're putting something together here at South Alabama.
Great call by you, man. You needed the money line too, Morency. That would have really helped your portfolio. What a call.
I always say it, Ken. Not everybody can play for Auburn and Alabama. Some of these other teams are good in that state.
Right.
The sharpest football contest
That's
show
what I learned.
in the land. The Las Vegas Football Contest Show focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Carver and Lisi.
Not only that, but what happened? I heard Roy from Nebraska wanted to call in last night.
I'm not sure what that is.
I'm Roy
I don't know
from Nebraska.
What does it matter if I know it's you?
Because then you prepare yourself. When you think it's Roy from Nebraska.
Prepare myself.
Yeah.
Prepare myself for what?
For the wrath that I'm going to club you with.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
These days, what can you really depend on? What's really going to be there for you tomorrow and the next day?
We know that trust takes time.
And we earn your loyalty every day
by giving you the winning edge.
Keep it here.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
All right, we're in the garbage time now. It's like an NBA game. Late. You're praying. All right, can we? Can someone hit a 3-point shot? We got a puncher's chance because the Jets aren't going to try to score. So this is the best case scenario right now for the teaser players to the over, and I'm still hanging on to hope that Stevenson will score a touchdown. But I bet you Stevenson won't be on the field, Cameron.
You're better than Homer
Simpson.
No.
I'm like,
pig. Like, I'm done. I'm going to be honest with you. There's been a role reversal. I'm done. Like, I don't think they could score.
No.
Awful.
There's been a few games.
I called it. May is coming in. Wow. I wasn't sure, but wow.
I like this. Good time to bring him in here and let him run a couple of. He's got to let him run a series, right? In garbage time. I don't mind this. And we'll see if Drake May. So now the legend of Drake May. Can he come in on his first drive in the NFL and lead us to a touchdown and get us the teaser win to the over?
That's exactly. You're going to be sitting there one day and go, remember when Drake May first came with his drive?
Yeah, I remember his first start.
Cam, we had that teaser, and man, that touchdown was great in garbage time for us to win our bet. It's like, thank you. Yeah, let's do it. I'm with you.
I remember actually, pretty crazy. I remember Desmond Howard and Elvis Gerbach. Desmond Howard, the great Desmond Howard, Heisman Trophy. He went to the same high school as Elvis Gerbach did. They were high school teammates, actually. The quarterback Elvis Gerbach,
and both Michigan.
They were high school teammates.
Crazy.
And Desmond Howard was on Michigan. Yeah, they went there together, Cam. So Desmond Howard was already playing in the game. And the quarterback off the top of my head at the time, and I think I'd put like $100 million on this if I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Is that your final answer? off the top of my head, the quarterback was Michael Taylor for the Michigan Wolverines. They were playing Notre Dame. I'll never forget. They were playing Notre Dame, and it was hard not to, the kid's name was Elvis. I remember it was Keith Jackson and stuff. And they said, Elvis is in the building. And Taylor got hurt in the game, and they said, here's Elvis Gerbach making his college football debut out of St. Ignatius High School in Cleveland. His teammate is Desmond Howard. And Elvis Gerbach ended up his career and stuff. So I remember Elvis Gerbach's first sort of college game. And Michigan came back and won the game, actually. So Gerbach won. He came in and he actually won the football game. No, they didn't. That was the game that I think that was actually, no, I got it wrong. I think that was the game Rocket Ishmael returned 2 kicks. Anyways, I remember Gerbach's first game. So, like you said, we'll have a story. We always say this, though. I always do this. In college basketball, sometimes I'm like, man, if this kid hits this free throw, I'm going to buy a jersey. I'll buy his jersey, or
we never do.
You're going to donate to the guy's charity. Oh, he scored a touchdown.
No.
The next day later, you're mad about another bet, and you're like, oh, I lost the money already. I don't, you forget about it. But so here's Drake May making his debut. 38 touchdown passes at North Carolina, 4,321 yards, completed 66% of his passes. He did throw 16 interceptions, though, in college. And if you throw 16 picks in college, it means you're going to throw picks in the NFL. That's not a teachable thing. It just isn't. Like, there's sort of things that are like footwork is teachable. Accuracy is teachable. Interceptions are not teachable. Like, it's inherently in you. It's because he's got that Josh Allen sort of Brett Favre thing in him.
Gunslinger.
He thinks he can. Look at that. His first pass of his career was nearly intercepted.
What it is, a lot of North Carolina quarterbacks, like Mitch Trubisky was the same way. Howells is like, they have a lot of upside with craziness, but they also throw picks. So it's kind of interesting that they do that. But you're right. He does have a lot of. Drake May is going to be a good quarterback. It's going to take him some time. Once he figures it out, he's going to be dangerous.
I remember Mike Mayock on the NFL Network before when he went to the Raiders. Didn't work out with the Raiders, but Mayock was good at breaking stuff down with the draft. I remember he broke down film of Blake Bortles, and he had a long list. He basically said, he goes, look at this decision, look at this decision, look at this play, look at this play. And he said the same thing. He goes, you can't teach him not doing that. He goes, it's just in him that he's going to throw the ball there. Will Levis is like that. Will Levis, you can't not teach him to not do the stupid things he does. Like, it's in him. Like, that's what, like, he's going to make a nice throw. He's a super athlete. He's got 1% body fat. He's ripped. He's in shape. He's rah. But he's also going to flip the ball behind his head backwards to someone, right? Like, Sam Darnold did it. Like, you can't take it out of them, right? So that's the whole thing. So we'll see. They got a first down here. Maybe we can get I've had some pretty good success on these last garbage drives of these games so far this year. The Jets have backups in here right now too, guys, right? So it goes both ways. It's almost like a preseason game here right now. That's why it's a good deal. You get May in here now when there's backups in here and at the end of garbage time. So 24-3 here. And the college game ends up 48-14. Dave Delano is going to join us in a couple of minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the college card tomorrow, Cam. There's a triple header. Stanford at Syracuse. Stanford are getting 8.5 points. Illinois are getting 8 at Nebraska. San Jose State are getting 12 against Washington State. It's actually a fun late West Coast game tomorrow night. 55.5 is the total. Illinois and Nebraska is sort of similar to this game, guys. Part of me wants to take Illinois here. I think Nebraska.
We're going to kill them.
I think Nebraska are good, but they're a little bit overpriced because of the hype around Raiola. And the problem is, though, if Illinois fall behind, they're not going to be able to keep up. And the thing is, though, Nebraska's offense isn't like overly potent.
You're right.
Like, it's good. They run the ball all the time. So, like, even though they have Raiola, he doesn't throw the ball that much. So, like, they run the ball like, the Nebraska have the 112th slowest pace in college football. All right, like they play really slow. They milk the play clock. They run the ball. They shorten the game. Matt Rule's an old school lunch pail coach, right? So he's going old school with this. And Illinois, that's what that's what Brent Bellamy lives with. That's his wheelhouse. So, like, I like Illinois plus the points here. I'm just going to pray that they don't fall behind because they won't be able to. Illinois can't throw the football very well. They can run the ball. They play defense. But I got two teams that are ranked 115th and 112th in the country in pace of play. Both teams are just going to be like taking time off the clock, run the ball, get up, do it all over again. So to me, it's a close game. I'm getting 8 points with Illinois. It's Illinois' first road game. It's always tricky. You never really know what teams are going to do when they go on the road for the first time in college football, especially in a hostile environment. And Nebraska is a hostile environment to play in. Total's 42.5, Cam. Yeah.
Under.
It should be under, but that's a super low number for a college football game.
It is.
And it wouldn't surprise me if both teams get into the 20s, but
it is.
I'm going to give you guys a pick. I'm going to roll the dice, and I'll take Illinois plus the 8.
I'm going to tell you,
I hope it goes up.
This is a game. What time does that game kick off? Because I know
8
we're
o'clock.
on the air. Okay, I wish it was like at 9 or 10 because it's a perfect in-game live spot because you hit the nail on the head. It's exactly like this game. If Illinois scores first, they're probably going to cover. If they fall behind, they have no way. They're like New England. They're not going to be able to come back in that game. So it's a very interesting game from an in-game live perspective. I don't like the fact that San Jose State line has gone from 13.5 to 12. That's interesting. And maybe Stanford, I don't know, man. Syracuse, these are tough games. Like, these are very, very difficult games tomorrow night, but fun.
I think Stanford can play with Syracuse. Stanford are a very physical football team. Syracuse are good, but asking them to win by this many points, I think, is a little bit much. They're fun games. You know what I mean? You don't get the powers. They're always going to be tricky, but I would roll the dice with all three dogs, actually. The one that would worry me is San Jose State.
I agree.
In that, yeah, they're good, but this is a step up in class. And listen, we got to tip our cap to Washington State at some point in time. Right?
Hey,
I mean, not only are Washington State winning games.
That's a hard.
They're going to Pullman.
You talk to guys, it's hard to, Pullman's a tough place to play for good teams, let alone San Jose State there. They could fall off quick in that game. It could get ugly.
Yeah, but the big thing with Pullman is it's the travel. It's a bitch to get there. San Jose State, it's not that bad. They're already on the West Coast.
Get the SportsGrid mobile app. Take us to places where the wife would definitely not approve.
Not counting the bank.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Football Full Circle.
In my opinion, the Dolphins' big picture, they're not going anywhere for a playoff run until that defensive front gets better. Would they give up $144 against Bigsby and Travis Etienne last week? Is it going to stop tonight? Absolutely not. I just don't see it. I think Buffalo, to me, is the best team in the division.
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to zero. That's right, if you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to zero due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
When you're a SportsGrid listener, you have an advantage.
We bring you sports gaming strategies and information 24/7. We call it the winning edge. Everybody else calls it Stop messing around.
Get the winning edge.
Rage. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
And this game mercifully comes to an end. Sports Rage, NFL Game Day Edition, Sirius XM Channel 159 of the SportsGrid Radio Networks. I am Gabriel Morency. The 24-3 final score. You know what I said, 24-13. Sort of, sort of there. Sort of there. But it's one of these deals where even though we were on the Jets tonight, God, look at all these people taking pictures of Rodgers like you haven't seen him before. After the game, there's a million photographers on the field. But it's one of those deals where I'm like, damn, I really should have taken the Jets in the Circus Survivor. I considered it, but I didn't want to rush it. It was today, and I was like, you know what? I already like a team. I don't want to rush this. I do think the Jets are going to win, but I wasn't like 1,000,000%. But it was a bad spot for the Patriots, right? And people think because the Patriots covered last week and in the first 2 weeks they're going to cover every week. Bad spot for them tonight, 4-22. That team's off of overtime. Now 4-23. Let's bring in Dave Delano right now. Get Sports Strong in the house. Dave, good to see you. How'd you do with this game tonight with the Patriots and the Jets?
Well, I did good because I ended up staying away from it. These division games are always a little bit tough, and it seemed like the Jets and the under seemed a little bit too easy. So I started overthinking it a little bit, was thinking about jumping in with the Patriots. And then at the last minute, I said, well, if the Patriots get up, I'll go ahead and live bet the Jets. Because as we've been talking, live betting has been a great way. But that never happened. The Patriots never got a lead. That line never changed. It just went up and up and up. And I just never found a good time to really jump in on that.
Now, coming into tonight, I actually thought, I liked the college football game. I thought the college football game was going to go over. We barely hit it, so it barely got there with the late touchdown with App State. And I was on South Alabama, but never in a million years did I think South Alabama were going to beat them 48-14. They hung 87 on the board last week, Dave. It's a pretty impressive run that South Alabama are on right now. Sort of reminds me of the Saints. Like, the Saints blasted the Panthers, and people are like, oh, it's just the Panthers. Derek Carr sucks. Then they did it again to the Cowboys. Very similar situation with South Alabama where people are like, oh, who cares? It's Northwestern State. Everybody scores against them. And, dude, they were like 7.5, 8-point favorites, and they won 48-14 tonight. Did you get in on that game?
No, I did not get in on that one. I did watch it, though. And what's making me – I don't like to always do that this team beat that team, so what's going to happen next. But it's making me look even toward this weekend with that Clemson – huge favorite against NC State. A lot of because what we saw them do to App State. But after seeing what South Alabama did today, it almost makes me wonder, is that Clemson offense really that good? Or is that just a little bit of a fluky game? And even with that Northwestern State game, you could say they're not too good. They played a tough game against Prairie View. But, Prairie View didn't look – it's Prairie View, but they didn't look terrible against Michigan State. It's weird that this team's 2-2, but South Alabama, it's very impressive what they're doing right now.
We got a triple header tomorrow night on Friday night. Any of the games catch your eye? Syracuse hosting Stanford, 8.5. Illinois getting 8 against Nebraska. And San Jose State and Washington State, two teams on the West Coast, bro. 3-0 straight up and 3-0 against the spread. The former Navy coach is the San Jose State coach right now, but they don't run the option. They actually play a run and shoot style of football. Very good quarterback. But Dave, this Washington State team, similar situation. Like, they're not just winning. Like, okay, it was a close game against Washington, but nice win in the Apple Cup. But they lit up Texas Tech, right? I mean, they've been murdering teams this year, Washington State. I don't know if this is sort of not the letdown, but if this is the trickier spot tomorrow. And then you got Nebraska. I was saying I am going to end up going with Illinois plus the points tomorrow in this game. What do you think about the Friday night card?
Yeah, the first one that you mentioned is my favorite one. I really like that San Jose State game against Washington State. It's a bit of a points, but I do like Washington State. I do think that they're going to win by 2 touchdowns, and I also think that one's going to go under the total. I like what we've seen from Washington State. They're more battle-tested. San Jose State, they're off to a nice start, but they still haven't really been tested yet. I think that win over Texas Tech was legit. That win over Washington last week was legit. And I'm on Washington State. I have bet that. I'm taking them with the points and the under 56 is what I got it at.
You know what's amazing with Washington State, guys? Like, pretty much half the team left. Like, more than half the team. Like, so, because they didn't have a conference. There was a lot of stuff in the air. Everybody gets poached now. So they lost a ton of players. Like, they lost, like, almost everyone on the defensive side of the football. And, you know, new quarterback. And for them to be playing, and how about this, Dave? Even their athletic director left for Washington. So, like, even the AD split. All right, see, you guys are on your own rebuilding this thing. I'm going to Washington. So, you know, they lost everything, you know, so for them to be doing what they're doing, and we were talking a little bit about the game earlier with someone in SEC country, this Cal Golden Bear team, another team. You know, a lot of these former Pac-12 teams are playing really good football so far, Dave, this year.
They are. They're really playing with a chip on their shoulder. Washington State, a little bit surprised, actually. You thought with everybody leaving them pretty much with a two-team Pac-12 that a lot of those players may jump ship and that program really could just completely fall off. But the guys who are there, they're playing with a lot of pride and a chip on their shoulder. Them and Oregon State. I know Oregon State, obviously, they had a tough loss to Oregon, but still overall, both of those programs playing with a lot of pride so far.
You talked about you don't like adding it up when teams play each other, and this team beat that team. We call it MMA math in MMA betting, right? This guy beat that guy beat this guy, and he lost to this guy, so that guy will beat this guy. It's like, it doesn't actually, 2 + 2 isn't 4 in sports betting all the time. But there actually was a game. It's driving me crazy right now in my head because they actually basically played the same teams. They actually played the same teams, but I think it was in the NFL, actually. It's a little unjar, actually, when I see it. But looking at the college card before we get to NFL, you got USC and Michigan. USC are laying 5.5 in the big games this week. And they got Tennessee and Oklahoma, another big-time college football game. We'll get Dave Delano's thoughts. Get Sports Strong with Dave on the other side. Tell you what, Baylor and Colorado. Colorado played their best game, I think, that they've ever played last week.
When did life get so complicated?
Just a few years ago, you only worried about what toy to ask for at Christmas.
Now,
only we get you. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, does Bryce Young suck? Yes, he sucks. He's too small. He doesn't have any talent to work around him, but it's a team effort. The Carolina Panthers defense is terrible. It's not like, oh, gosh, the Carolina Panthers only had a quarterback to be good. Look at all the ridiculously stupid moves that the Carolina Panthers have made. It's like, oh, we need players. You had Christian McCaffrey.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You don't have to listen to Sports Grid. You can always go to a horse stable, find one with shoes, pry one off, and hang it over your door. Or you can get the winning edge right here. And you won't take a hoof to the head. No! This is the Sports Grid Radio Network.
24-3 final score. The Jets sacked Patriot quarterback 7 times. I say that because Drake May got into the football game late. The schedule next week doesn't get any easier for the Patriots. They're in the Bay. They're in Santa Clara. They're at the San Francisco 49ers, even though the Niners have injuries still. And the schedule, the Jets schedule is pretty easy in the first half of the season. We talked about it before the year started. So they've got to rack up the wins because the Jets schedule does get trickier as we go along. But they get Denver next week. So as I stated, I didn't take the Jets in the Circa Survivor tonight. If I'm lucky enough to survive again, we'll still have the Jets on the table next week potentially against Denver because I don't see Bo Nix doing very well against this defense. Dave Delano in the house with us. So, Dave, I brought up the Michigan game. USC are laying 5.5. Tennessee are at Oklahoma. Those are the sort of the marquee games of the week. What do you like in college football? Do you like any of the big-time games, or you got a game that's flying under the radar? What do you think about the college football card this week?
Well, first with the big-time games, and I know you're a Michigan man, and nothing personal, but I am drinking the USC Kool-Aid. I do like the Trojans in the 5.5. Stromore, he may be a fine coach in time, but, man, this is a big job to inherit, and I just think that the coaching and the quarterback advantage right now, even though USC is going on the road, Miller Moss, we've seen, he's looked good. Michigan, and Warren struggled so much through those first 3 games. I know that you're making the quarterback change, but I just don't know if Michigan's going to be able to keep up. And in the past, I've loved fading USC in certain spots just due to the defense. But that defense is a lot better. I'm not sure it's a great defense, but it's a lot better than it was last year. And I just don't think that Michigan's going to be able to keep up. So I'm laying at 5.5 with USC.
Michigan are going to have to be able to run the ball. Their offensive line is going to have to. That's one of the keys to the game. I know USC are good, and I was at the LSU game, and it was impressive. One thing, LSU couldn't get any ground game going, which was a surprise. Like every time they ran the ball, the pocket got blown up. The defensive tackles of USC blew it up. They were playing well. So I agree with you. It's a tricky spot going into the big house here. We'll see if Michigan, if something clicked last week. I think they're the offensive line. They got 4 of the 5 guys on the O-line are new starters for Michigan. They've been a little bit shaky to start the year. I know it was only Arkansas State, but they started to get the ground game going last week for 350 or whatever it was. Over 300. So they got it going. But if USC are not fazed by the big house, and USC are the better football team right now, I think the orgy change is good for Michigan, but at the same point in time, it's pretty predictable. Like he only has like 2 or 3 pass plays that they really pull off, right? You can only run the RPO so many times before the other team. Last thing about Michigan too, guys. I want to buy in because I'm such a diehard fan, but I wasn't overly in love with the Wink Martindale hire, Dave. So longtime NFL coordinator. Michigan love NFL guys, if you'll notice.
Yeah.
Like in their coaching stuff, like all the Raven guys are like, and Martindale was a Raven guy before. There's sort of this Baltimore Harbaugh connection and NFL connection to Michigan. So, and I don't know, Dave, you bring in an older NFL defensive coordinator into the modern college football world. And hell, you and I know Wink Martindale, the guy blitzes on every damn play. So like Michigan's defense was already elite, right? And we don't really need it to, and they didn't blitz that much. Suddenly Michigan blitz all the time and they're getting burnt because their DBs are alone playing one-on-one and against Quinn Ewers in Texas. So like that's going to be an interesting thing for me to see what they come up with here against Miller Moss, and if it doesn't become so predictable. So you like USC there? Anything else, college? Well, you know what? We're coming up to a break. On the other side, we'll hit the NFL. We'll get Cam back in for the last 2 segments after. But anything else in college you like this week?
Yeah, so last thing with Moss too. It's his 4th year in the program, even though he hasn't played a whole lot. So he's an experienced quarterback within that system. But yeah, I actually like Baylor as well. I know you mentioned before the break against Colorado. I've tried to be a Coach Prime supporter, but I think that I'm losing faith, and I think that he's trying to really promote his son and Travis Hunter. I don't think he's a long-term option. I think that Colorado State team is terrible. And I think that with DeQuan Finn being out, I think that this other quarterback, Sawyer Robertson, gives Baylor a better chance. I think the wrong team's favored. So I'm going with Baylor.
Dave Delano. We'll get a couple NFL thoughts on the other side with Dave before we get him out of here. The Thursday Night Throwdown continues. Bring it.
SportsGrid is available on the radio, internet, TV, satellite, and our mobile app.
If you're not getting it,
ask the nerdy kid next door. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You may or may not be a good SportsGrid listener. If you've ever looked around to see if anyone's watching before you tear the Do Not Remove tag off your mattress,
you may not be a good SportsGrid listener.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Drake May, 4 for 8, 22 yards, sacked twice. I think it's pretty clear that the kid's a bust. Time to move on. Hey, Dave Delano with us. Yeah, Dave, that's the society we're in right now. Like I brought it up earlier. People are like, Malik Willis is terrible. He's played in 3 games, right? He started 3 games in the NFL, Dave. Right? So people have judged him all right after 3 games. And look at this year in the NFL, Dave. So far, this is the theme, actually, of the National Football League. The year of the comeback, or I should say the year of the malign quarterback, so to speak. Baker Mayfield, left for dead numerous times. Hell, Carolina didn't even want him. Baker Mayfield playing elite football with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Sam Darnold, often criticized and ridiculed. Sam Darnold playing great football with the Minnesota. He still has a couple of his Sam Darnold moments, but he's playing good football. Geno Smith, Dave, a guy. You know, it was a while ago, but Geno Smith, people used to laugh at, oh, Geno Smith is terrible, blah, 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 blah. And, oh, here is Geno Smith, a multimillionaire. I like what Malik Willis was asked about going back to Tennessee, and they said, like, you know, if you play, is this a revenge game? And he said, why would it be a revenge game? He goes, they paid me every 2 weeks. I got paid. I got nothing to be mad about. He said, yeah.
And
So
then
it
they
was a
sent
good
him to a
line.
situation where he could play.
Yeah,
He
they
didn't know
said
that.
him to a great team. He's playing, starting with the Green Bay Packers now. No, he goes, and that's what he said. He goes, why would I be mad? He goes, the check's cleared. He goes, the check's cleared every 2 weeks. He goes, they paid me. They changed my life, and they drafted me in the NFL. Why would I be mad at them? It's a good way. You know, he wants the game if he plays, but but you know what I'm saying, man? There's a lot of Gardner Minshew, another one, big comeback win. A lot of these quarterbacks that people just didn't really want playing good football right now, Dave. I know it's early, but what do you think about the Saints and the Eagles right now?
Man, the Eagles right now, if you even look back to the end of last season, the Eagles, I believe, are like 1-8 against the spread in the last 9, even including that playoff game. They've really been falling off. I mean, they got off to that 10-1 start, but the Eagles have really been fading. The Saints, coming into the season, was not big on them, and I didn't take too much from that opening win, but it's hard not to be impressed with what they did against the Cowboys. And that line moved from 2.5 with the Eagles being favored to 2.5 the other way. And I feel crazy for saying this, but I think the Saints are going to cover it. It's going to be close. I'll probably play it money line, but I think the Saints are going to get that win. Tough spot coming off that Monday night game for the Eagles.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually. You know what? You got a team going on the road after a Monday night or a short week, and I know New Orleans were on the road last week, but I brought it up earlier in the week. New Orleans and Dallas, it's not a major trip, right? It's a mini, it's a mini short trip. Speaking of crazy point spread differences, how about the offs? You know what the summer line was, and it was posted too in the advanced number. Michigan were 10.5-point favorites, Dave, against USC in the offseason.
Wow.
10.5-point favorites. Yeah, what a difference. What a difference.
Yeah, but who would have thought?
Well, people thought USC were going to suck, right? People were down on USC coming into the year.
Yeah, I mean, that defense has been so bad. And if you look back to last year when they went to Notre Dame, I mean, look at what Notre Dame destroyed them last year with, the future number 1 draft pick on the team. So I could definitely see why that line going up against the defending national champs would be like that over the summer. But things have changed pretty quickly.
So, week 3 in the NFL, it's kind of tricky. We're starting to get to the point where, all right, who are these teams, right? Just because you were, 2 games doesn't make a season. So you don't want to overreact to some of these 2-0 teams and some teams that are 1-1 or 0-2. Their seasons aren't necessarily over yet, but the numbers say otherwise, right? Only 10% of teams that go 0-2 make the playoffs. In the modern format, in the new divisional format, only one team's gone 0-3 and made the playoffs, right? I think it's only happened 2 times actually in like the last 40 years or something. So, these games do count, but from a betting perspective, it's kind of tricky. So what do you think about the card this week? Who do you like? What are the games that catch your eye in the NFL this week?
Yeah, I mean, out of those 0-2 teams, I think that, and I know it seems kind of like a easy one, although we saw last week nothing's really easy. The Bengals, I mean, mentioning 0-2, I don't see them fall into 0-3 after what happened against the Chiefs. I think that they can't, they don't want this game to be close. And even if you're looking at any type of futures bets or even making the playoffs, you look at the fact that the Ravens are 0-2, the Browns 1-1, but they have a tough schedule. And how much do we believe in the Steelers? I think that the Bengals have one of the better chances to make the playoffs out of these 0-2 teams. And I think that the Bengals are going to make a statement against the Commanders this Monday night.
You got a rookie quarterback too, right? You see rookie quarterbacks on the road. Not the best situation for them to be in. We've got a Monday night doubleheader this week. The Jags are in Buffalo. We had someone on from Jacksonville earlier, and he fully expects them to lose this football game. The Jaguar offensive line is struggling to protect Trevor Lawrence. He's rushed all the time. This offense under Doug Peterson, you expect more. On paper, Dave, they have some good talent. Etienne's a good running back. I'm a big Brian Thomas Jr. fan out of LSU. You've got Kirk. Evan Engram's going to be out for this football game, though. So the Bills are laying 5. Remember you and I talked about the Arizona game, and I'm a Bills fan, and, the Bills were laying 6.5. They won by 6. Like, the Bills spot is better when they're in their, when they're getting 2 on the road or whatever, right? They're not this great home favorite. They get caught up with the Bills Mafia, and They get a little sloppy at times at home. But with that being stated, it's down to 5 right now, Dave. And this Bills team is damn good. Like, forget about past years. The Bills defense, like, another thing. I had my concerns about the secondary. The defensive line's playing great football. The secondary's playing good football. Hell, DeMar Hamlin had 10 tackles in the last game. And then we have this Bills offense, very dynamic as well. What do you think about that one with the Bills laying 5?
Well, just kind of looking at the entire picture, looking at both of those, I like the Bengals and I like the Bills, but it's tough when you're looking at 2 Monday night games that look somewhat lopsided. It's like, what are the odds that both of them, and one of them is going to be close, right?
The public walks away happy. One. You're right.
You got to pick one. So I'm picking the Bengals as the one that I think that's going to be lopsided. The Jags couldn't do anything. They didn't look terrible against the Dolphins. I mean, they few things went the other way. The Etienne fumble, they could have won that game. They couldn't do anything against the Browns at all. And I mean, the Bills from last Thursday, I mean, they looked like one of the best teams in the NFL. So, that line is still a little funny, and I don't want any part of the Jags, but it's also hard for me to say I'm going to lay 2 big favorites on the same day. But it's hard to make a case against the Bills.
I didn't care who the quarterback was last week for the Packers. I was like, man, I'm getting 3 points. Well, whatever. If it's Malik Willis, fine. The Packers will find a way to win the football game. I think they're a deep enough football team, and LaFleur's a good enough coach. So they went run heavy in that game. I don't know. It's hard to read the smokescreen here with Jordan Love, whether he's going to play or not. It's 2.5 right now, the point spread. What are your thoughts on that Packers and Titans game? If does who plays quarterback for the Packers affected for you?
Well, I mean, I don't think that Jordan Love is going to play. I mean, them being 1-1. I definitely think that it's a smokescreen. I don't think that you would risk it. I think that this one's a little weird. I mean, it was at 3, now it's at 2.5. A lot of people liking the Titans, but I'd have to go with the Packers. Even if Malik Willis plays, Will Levis, each week he's looking like he has the opposing defense on his fantasy team. He's just doing something to kind of give it away. I was on the Titans week 1, but I can't lay points with Will Levis right now. Packers are still a good team, even with
that's the whole thing. People are like, oh, Malik Willis, you can't trust Malik Willis. You trust Will Levis? Malik Willis is better than Will Levis is. Dave Delano, Get Sports Strong on X. Great stuff, Dave, as always, man. Thanks.
Your source for the winning edge. All to make you the sports gaming big dog.
Is this a great country or what?
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1973, the National League refuses that the Padres move to Washington, D.C. The Padres struggled for the rest of the decade, but finally turned things around in 1984, led by all-star hitter Tony Gwynn and a cast of veteran players like Steve Garvey, Greg Nettles, and Goose Gossage to win the National League pennant.
Then there were none. The Padres have won it all.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find Sports Grid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
You've heard of smart bombs,
Smartphones, smart cars, smart watches, and smart glasses.
now you can add smart player.
Giving you sports gaming strategies and information 24/7.
It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
This is the Sports Grid Radio Network.
Thanks to Dave Delano for kicking it with us on Thursday Night Throwdown, NFL Game Day edition. Next Thursday, we're back at it at MetLife Stadium. The Dallas Cowboys against the New York Giants. Let's take a look at the prime time, NFL schedule moving forward. We know about Sunday nighters. Matthias, our boy Matthias, his Atlanta Falcons on Arthur Blank night. So Arthur, it's Matt Ryan actually too. They're putting Matt Ryan in the Ring of Honor. What the owner is as well. He's getting some flack for like overshadowing, or it should be Matt Ryan's night. But whatever. He figures they should go in together. That they're buddies. But hey, Arthur Blank's hooking people up, Matthias, with two free hot dogs, 2 bags of chips, and unlimited soda for all fans at the game.
Ring of Honor,
which is it's a nice gesture.
I agree,
but. Put it this way: the New York Giants once.
It'll be a
the Giants. Well, that's the thing. The Falcons need to do it. Atlanta, you need to hustle. But the New York Giants on the last game of the year a couple of years ago, and they sucked. They gave their season ticket holders 1 Pepsi at the game as a thank you. That was the thank you gift to the that was the thank you gift to the season. And get this. If you were a season ticket holder and you had 4 tickets, like you were a father and you had kids, it wasn't 4 sodas. It was one soda per season ticket package.
That is oh my God. Morency?
Yeah, so people got mad and were like throwing the Pepsi cups and stuff. Like it made Pepsi look bad. It was just a bad look for everybody, right?
That's disgusting. Blank's giving guys like deals on like pizzas and everything.
That's what I'm saying. Like Blank people are going the hot dog stuff. Yeah, dude, he's giving you know what? I read it. It's 100,000 hot dogs game. He's giving away 100,000. It's 50,000 people at the game. So they got 2,000. The stadium's not that big. I don't know. It's a little more than 655 or whatever. But anyway, it was over 100,000 hot dogs, 100,000 bags of chips, whatever. You know what I mean? He's got it all ready. It's all free. But like I said, people are just going to drop money. But I said, Cam, they should have like for adults, should be a beer if you want. Should be like, and you get 1 or 2 beers too. Like instead if you don't want the Coke, you don't get an unlimited beer. You can't give away 50,000 free drinks like all night. But
call Morency.
A beer.
I'm just going to say this quickly. It's like when you're doing tap beer, costs them nothing. It's like when you actually look at a fountain soda price, like you go to talk to somebody, it used to be like 4 cents. Now, obviously, with inflation and stuff,
actually,
it's like
you know what, though, Cam? I'm just thinking. I just realized, no, it's a good way to get sued, actually.
Oh, yeah,
giving people
drunk.
beer and then they drink it and they leave. You can't do
I haven't had a drink in 10 years and I got a beer. And next thing you know,
USA is very litigious. You got to think of lawsuits about everything. It's like, no. We're not giving people drinks. We're going to get blamed for it when they smash into someone on the way out of here.
It's like
I wasn't going to drink, but Arthur Blank gave me 2 free beers at the game, and then I'm an alcoholic and I couldn't stop. Right? Like, and you'd win in court. You'd win in court. I broke down. They gave me 2 beers when I walked in. The next thing I know, I was drinking and driving.
Great
point. It's all the Atlanta Falcons' fault. I should have never went to the game.
You know what? Funny thing is, you're right. Like that's the funny thing is, like somebody like a slick lawyer will go, my cousin, this guy hasn't had a drink in 15 years. You offered him a free beer. He touched his lips, and next thing you know, he's
it's like bars are liable and stuff. You served a guy who was drunk after and all that type of stuff. But I brought it up the other day. Circa, so the Circa Survivor, you've got, I don't know, it's like 73% or whatever out, been knocked out. And Circa have an empathy package.
Ooh.
So Yeah, Circa Hotel, Cam. Beautiful property. And the rooms are pretty expensive there, too. So if you've been eliminated in the first 2 weeks of the Circa Survivor, you get 2 free nights at the Circa.
Brady Cannon's there.
Yeah, Brady. And get this, actually, if you have 1 or 2 entries, you get two nights for free. If you have 3 or more entries, you get 3 nights. Yeah, Brady Cannon. That's some shade at Brady there, but I like it.
No, I love that.
It's true. Brady's got 3. Yeah, so you're saying Brady's got. Yeah, it's true. I don't know if he realizes this. Actually, we should send him out. He's gonna think we're trash. Hey, you know about the empathy package? You got 3. Hey Brady, you got 3 free nights at the Circa.
He's gonna go, Stuart Morency, bunch of jerks. Like, yeah, exactly. No,
yeah, but
what? I would have known that though, Gabe. Think about all the people that can't win. That's a wicked. Like, that's amazing. Like you said it. It's not cheap.
It's weekday only. And get this, they even throw in, you get free. You get a free day bed. So you even got a thing to lie down at the stadium, swim and all that, which is normally like $150 or something.
Are you day bed?
Yeah, but so my point is though, Cam. My point is, once again, people that suck are getting rewarded. So I'm still alive after 2 weeks, so I don't get a free room, but people that pick bad games get a free room.
You bring up good points again, like the Mitchell Trubisky MVP bet. Yeah,
it'd be the reward package. Hey, for everyone who's still alive, you got 2 free nights. Instead, it's like, oh, congratulations on your bad picks. We're going to reward you. And he was asked, well, what about the people in the contest? He's like, well, they're still alive. They don't deserve anything. I'm like, this is backwards. Once again, it's backwards. Like, why are you rewarding people that lost? See, it's the same thing, Cam. It's like these sports books and these places, they reward losers and they stiff the winner.
You bring up great points. So you're telling me there's another one that I looked at. So some guy went 1-4. It's like, you're bad. But if you go 0-5 and run like, it's so hard to not win a game. You got to, you know what I mean? You said it. Like we're living in a topsy-turvy backwards world. Too. Yeah, it's like
you get paid to be the worst in the contest.
That's amazing. But it's hard to be like. That's the thing. Like you're thinking, what do I like? Do the opposite. Well, with me and Carolina,
should actually enter and try to do that next year. I'm going to make an entry.
Yes.
No, I'll just make an entry where I'll like, I don't know, I'll let my cats pick them. Or like I'll literally, or blind, like literally like we used to do. I'll get a dartboard and I'll just blindfold myself and whip darts at the board and like whatever it lands on, pick.
I think that's a great idea.
I don't know, if someone told you to go 0-5, it's not easy. Right, like it's sort of like, but yeah, in these contests, it's a little novelty, but it's like $100,000. It's like being Mr. Irrelevant in the draft.
Yeah, it's like males.
You were the worst one in the super contest in America. Here's $100,000. It's like it drives me nuts. The poor bastard that 61% misses out in 31st place.
You're right.
It's a harsh world out there. Get the SportsGrid mobile app and take all that sweet, sweet winning edge with you. Download today. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
This is the Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Friction, it's everywhere. Makes your door creaky or lets you use sandpaper. Now, get ready for frictionless nanoparticles. The banana peel on the sidewalk of molecular physics. Scientists are developing techniques depositing microscopic, uber-slippery graphene nanoparticles on glass and metal, creating near-zero friction or super lubricity. What? Super lubricity or no friction means ultra-efficient car engines that never wear out, wind turbines spinning in the tiniest puff of breeze, windows that stay clean. And reversing frictionless nanotech to create near infinite friction means never slip again on that banana peel. Follow me at G Capalbo on Twitter and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
Winning is no accident.
You've got to be smart about it.
It takes a plan. All centered around expert analysis and trusted information.
That's what you get right here.
The Winning Edge. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Yep.
The Thursday Night Throwdown continues. I'm just saying, so you got the empathy package. There's no empathy for people that lost by half a point or something like that. But the thing that, how about this too? The people that didn't put picks in. So imagine you enter a contest, you don't put picks in, and you just got rewarded with a hotel room.
You know what, Morency? That is the best point of them all. Your laziness. Anyway, no, but we don't know people's problems. You're right. You
somebody,
yeah.
But out of the people that didn't put the picks in, they are getting free hotel rooms. So they're almost getting their money back.
I got an issue with it, though, unless you were hit by a car. Like, if you did it, like, because you were drunk and, like, in a ditch, that's on you. But I don't know, like,
they should have a thing.
People's backstory. That's the thing.
Well, listen, it's pretty hostile that so many people are out after 2 weeks. I was going to say it'd be a nice thing if, like, after 8 weeks, all right, you survived half, no matter what happens, you got 3 free nights at the Circa. Congratulations. But they won't do that, right? No. I doubt they'll do that, right? They did the it's a great deal. Derek does a great job. Like I said, it's a beautiful property. The thing with, it's not just so much about a property, because there's a lot of nice properties in Vegas. It's sort of the atmosphere, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, what's the vibe like? And there's a couple of places in Vegas where there's really cool vibes, like to watch sports, and the sports book is a fun place to hang out. But Circa really is, like, it's lit. It's got something for everybody, the Circa. Like, there's sort of, if you don't want to sit in the sports book with people high-fiving and yelling and stuff like that, there's a lot of bars in the air. They have a massive long bar. They got they got all the games. So you can sit and play Keno and poker or whatever the hell you want at the bar and watch all the games on the nice TVs in front of you. If you want to sit in the sports book, you can sit in the sports book. It's massive. And, of course, hell, they got the stadium swim outside. Which is funny. I didn't even go outside when I was there. You know what I mean? Quite frankly, there's too many dudes in the pool. It's just a bunch of, like, shirtless guys everywhere.
Yeah.
And
he's right.
Yeah, it's true, Matthias.
A bunch of
it's like, you have the waitresses. They obviously hire hot staff, but it's just there's a lot of dudes in the pool, and they're cranking sort of outdoor. It's like rave music's going on with the games. It's a cool vibe for younger people who want to party and stuff, but I'm more inside in the air condition and getting bets in. You can bet out there, but I like to be inside and just go up to the window quickly and stuff like that. But Circa really is all that. If you're in Vegas and you haven't been there, beautiful property, great stadium, swim outside, and sportsbook's unbelievable actually. Like, just as far as, and no, they got drink tickets too. They'll hook you up with tickets if you bet. And Circa also, they got it at the D. So, like, they sort of have at the Golden Gate. So you don't even have to go into Circa. It's cool. And you can cash your tickets, like, when you're on Fremont. All right, you know what? I'm over here now. I'm going to cash a ticket there, which always drove me crazy in the old days with that. Like, if you won at Mandalay Bay, which is MGM, but I can't cash it when I'm on the other end of the strip at the Bellagio. It's like, come on, man. It's the same. You know what I mean? You're all the same computer, but you can't do it, right? But Circa, it's in the modern era now that they're like any property, you can just go in, cash the ticket, which is cool and unique. All right, so 24-3 was the final score tonight. And game obviously stayed under the number like these Thursday night clunkers generally do. Next week, we got the Giants and the Cowboys. But the Giants are at Cleveland this week. They're getting 6.5 points in this football game. So tomorrow night, Cam, what are your best bets on the way out here? You got college football tomorrow night. What are you taking?
I'm more into the CFL game. I like the over in the Hamilton Toronto game. Every time they get together, fireworks. I'm kind of, Gabe, I don't know what your opinion is. I'll get back to you on that one. Riders, college football, I agree with you on Stanford. I think Stanford might be a play against Syracuse. And you know what? I want to take San Jose State, but something's telling me Washington State with that line. So, me and Wazoo, go Cougs. That's what I'm looking at right now.
I think Stanford hang around with Syracuse, but they could lose by 10 or something. But I'll take Stanford, but I do like the over 56.5 in that game. There should be points inside the Carrier Dome. Illinois and Nebraska, I think this point spread might go up. I think so if you like Illinois, you can sort of hold off on this. It was 9 earlier in the week. It went down to 7.5. So I think like the so-called sharp pros bought it at 9. And now the public went down to 7.5, and now the public are going to jump in, and everyone's going to, Nebraska. So I think if you like Illinois, to hold up. But I like Illinois. The total, I don't have a strong feel for. I would lean with the over just because it's so low at 42.5, and I don't think it's going to be a 14-10 game or anything. And then San Jose State and Washington State, let's go with the over 55.5. We'll see you on the Friday Night Freak Show, 10 o'clock Eastern time. Other than that, you're on your own. Later.
Sports gaming strategy so strong you can practically power your phone on it. Extend your battery life. Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.